the cart and the kids around. Good news. Until the end of the month at Wolf GMC Buick, get GMC employee pricing on all remaining 2025 GMC Sierras, so you'll have loads of room. Plus, get 0% financing on Sierra light-duty crew cabs. If you're eyeing up an SUV, we have the completely redesigned GMC Terrain and our entire Buick family with incredible prices. And Costco members up to $1,200 additional off the price. Come see us, corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road.
Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
It's happened again, and construction season is in full swing. Job delayed, money lost, and clients disappointed because your rigging failed and it wasn't inspected. Don't let this happen to you. Have your lifting slings, fittings, hoisting tools, and safety harnesses checked with Titan Supply. Titan Supply offers certified on-site and in-house rigging inspections and service, so they can repair it, replace it, and recertify it. Titan Supply in Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary, and at titansupply.ca. Lift, dig, haul.
This month in Sports History Moment is brought to you by Discount Diesel Parts.
On September 11th, 1999, a 17-year-old Serena Williams shocked the tennis world by winning the U.S. Open. Defeating Martina Hingis in straight sets, Serena captured her first Grand Slam title and launched a career that would redefine women's tennis. That victory was the beginning of a legendary, record-breaking tennis legacy.
Hi, folks. This is Big Al from Discount Diesel Parts. With over 70 years' experience, Interstate McBee is a leader in the heavy-duty diesel engine parts industry. And as an authorized dealer for over 20 years, we've been serving customers with those high-quality parts. Gasket kits, water and oil pumps, turbos, fuel injectors, heads, in-frame kits, and at a great price, too. Reach us at discountdiesel.ca and know that Discount Diesel's got the parts to get it done.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
From the Dallas 48, Wilson protected, keeping one. Watch neighbors, more like neighbors. Touchdown Giants. He dropped Daniel Bucket from 48. Vintage Russell Wilson.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
So the A hits it. EMG to left. And it's gone. He put that 3-0 pitch behind him in a hurry. He launches one for his 20th home run on the season.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
Yeah, it'll look like Pat Whitman. Got a chunk of them on the fly as Fajardo looks into the end zone and it's on in. KJG makes the play after taking a smack from Whitten McManus, and the Elks extend their lead.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Sol 502. Tuesday, September the 17th. Oilers training camp is here with fitness testing and medicals this morning. And we are ready to get going when it comes to hockey. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial on your morning drive. And we're so glad you could join us for the next little bit. Really appreciate it. You can also watch us on YouTube on Sports 1440 AM. And as always, we're streaming on iHeartRadio, Radio Player Canada, the TuneIn app, even on sports1440.ca. And if you miss any part of any show, well, you can search it where all the podcasts hang out. It's on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Just subscribe, select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of the show. Same with our YouTube channel on Sports 1440 AM. We're also streaming on X, Twix, Twitter. So glad that you could come along for the morning drive. And yes, Oilers training camp getting underway. Yeah, probably in about an hour or so with fitness testing, medicals. We talked about all of the tests for last week with David Schlemko. That he went through. We'll be with Schlemmer here in about a couple of hours as he checks in from 9 to 11. But this is that time of the year when everyone gets down to the rink and everyone's just so excited to be down there, because it's the start of the season where optimism is at the highest point for every team in the league. Have to thank the Oilers for yesterday at the Barry Cates Memorial Golf Tournament at the Glendale. Great job by everybody at the Glendale to put that on. McGregor, Hardy, staff, everybody, thank you very much on behalf of all of the media. I was lucky enough to golf with the new Oilers goaltending coach, Peter Aubry, Greg Ellingson, and the king, Cam Moon. And we had a lot of fun out at the Glendale. So thanks, everybody there. They had a bit of a hot stove, and this is an informal, very informal chit chat after dinner last night. It's something you don't report on. It's sort of one of those things where everyone just gets together. And I mean, Jack Michaels hosted it with Jeff Jackson, Stan Bowman, Chris Knobloch. And I mean, it's not like they were bringing earth-shattering news. I mean, Jack Michaels right off the hop, asked Stan about Connor McDavid, and it's the same thing, status quo. Elliot Friedman, Kyle Bukauskas were there yesterday because they were in town. Mark Spector, too, down there because of the car wash that they call it yesterday morning, where Sportsnet has pretty good access. Maybe some of you may have seen the Bukauskas-Friedman interview with Connor McDavid. Similar answers, similar responses to what's going on contract situation-wise. And he's taking his time. He's taking his time. There's really nothing more to report on it. And because everything that's been said already is the same thing that was said yesterday, maybe a few tweaks here and there. And it's more, and we've discussed this, on the show for quite a while now. It's just more about Connor McDavid looking to the future. He knows what's here this year. He knows what's here next year. But he wants to make sure everything's in order down the road. And that's where things, from his perspective, and he has the right, for sure he does. I mean, he signed an 8-year deal before. I know every Oiler fan would like to see this done as soon as possible because everyone gets antsy. They throw out the word distraction, and it's going to be talked about until it gets done. It's going to be talked about until it gets done. It's funny that the hot stove thing, and again, there was nothing earth-shattering about it, but there's the one thing that I took away from it was Chris Knobloch talking about just his tenure here. So when the Oilers went to the Stanley Cup final 2 years ago, and we're so close, when you're a goal away in Game 7, you can't get much closer. The mindset going into the following year was different in the sense that it was all about, well, we have to get back to the Stanley Cup final. And that's every team's goal. Everyone knows that. But Chris said that he maybe felt that the team missed something last year in the sense that they didn't enjoy the journey as much as he thought they should have. And that's one thing that I think you might hear from him explain, meeting the media here to start off the season. Think about all the times you've heard the Jays being interviewed and they talk about how much fun they're having. Not saying that the Oilers never had fun last year, but I think as a team, and this is a message from the coach, that they want to enjoy that. The old line, it's not from Aerosmith, for those of you that might think it is. Life's a journey, not a destination. And if you don't enjoy those steps along the way, that process that everybody talks about might not be there at the end. And I know we're in a results-based business, and that's the way it is. But I would think that you're going to see a little more of the enjoyment angle this year when it comes to where the Oilers are trying to get to that destination. So maybe that's a message that we might be hearing from the coaching staff, players, as we move forward here in the next little bit. Blue Jays win last night on a Tuesday night. Thanks, Tips. Jays win 6-5. The lead in the American League East is New York Yankees 5 back. Jays 6-5 win over Tampa Bay. The magic number is 6 in the American League East. I don't know. I didn't see the game, obviously, because we were at this golf event. Watched a lot of the home run disallowed. I watched a lot of the interviews after, and I watched the confusion about the fan interference on the Nathan Lucas thing. I just thought it was really weird because no one really knew after the explanation came down how it went into the conversation of, okay, being disallowed, then reviewed, and then long review. So, I mean, when it came out, the explanation, I think everyone was still confused, and I think people are still confused today. And then, I mean, the good thing is that it didn't come into play in the end result. Jays win 6-5, magic number 6 in the American League East. The big news, too, in Major League Baseball yesterday, Cal Raleigh, 55 home runs, 56 home runs. So he hits 55 and 56 yesterday. Unbelievable. Sets the switch hitting record, beating Mickey Mantle, the great Mickey Mantle. Cal Raleigh's got a good shot to get 60. Seattle, 10 in a row. I mean, they are taking control of the American League West Division, even though, Houston and Texas still have something to say about that. But this is a run that you dream about going down the stretch. Shohei Ohtani hit home run number 50 last night. 5 innings of no-hit ball. That hasn't been done since Ricky Wise threw a no-hitter in the early 70s and hit a home run. So pretty cool stuff when it comes to Major League Baseball last night. We'll get to the text line 833-401-1440. Let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne after a Tuesday off. Good morning, Duke, on a Wednesday. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning.
How are you doing, big fella?
Doing really good. Yes. Big shout out to Josh and Sam for running the show yesterday. They did a great job. I checked back on a few things just to make sure. You always want to check in on your students, your the young tutelage you're bestowing on them, and showing off without a hitch. So that was great. I was obviously back home for a family funeral. Big shout out to avid listener, regular texter, cousin Nails, and his extended family, Barry, Corrine, and Roger, and all their spouses. My great uncle Mervyn had passed away. Great man, lived a great life. On to the next stage of that now. So shout out to all of them. It was a great day. Nice service, beautiful day. It was a huge turnout, a staple of the community for the last 60 plus years. Since kind of marrying into my extended family, the Davidson clan, and moving down here. So beautiful service, beautiful weather outside for the burial, and everybody sharing some great stories about a really good man.
I don't know what it is, Duke, about smaller town services compared to bigger city services. Maybe it's just the fact that more people get out to them. I don't know, but I mean, I've been to, quite a few memorial services, whatever you call them. And sometimes when they're in the city or whatever, it seems it's just maybe tougher for people to get to, or maybe it's because the connectivity of a smaller town that the person who's passed on has, reached out and he's created that magnetic presence that draws the people in. I don't know.
Just for me, and like you and I, Kevin, kind of different generations but similar backgrounds of the small town interactions. I would incline towards the latter of what you said about it's in small towns you impact almost everybody in some way. Like you touch lives in so many different ways. So I've seen it most of my life to this point that when seniors that have been around communities for as long as people like Uncle Mervyn were, the people that you didn't even think about show up and share a story, and it's great to hear.
Yesterday, and we'll have Mark Spector on at 8:00. It was a miracle of all miracles yesterday at the Barry Cates Memorial, as Mark Spector picked up closest to the pin.
Wow!
One of the awards. So I don't know if he threw the ball on from the tee, because home run Spec has got
who was Spec playing with? Do you remember?
I can't. I know he was playing with Rob Tichkowski. I know that for sure because they were riding together, and they missed the team photo because they were too lazy to walk their clubs up to the parking lot, and they drove over and took their clubs back. So, but anyway, he gets the closest to the pin. Now the other guy yesterday, Connor Allen, who's the new skills coach, he was in the group behind us, and he won long drive where like no one has put drives before, I think, at Glendale. Anyway, we're on 9, and he airmails like we're hitting our second shots. He couldn't see where the carts were. There's a few blind shots at Glendale if you're not exactly sure where everybody is. Anyway, he airmailed our group by about 100 yards over our heads. We were like, wow, what's going on here?
And you didn't want to go try and fight him afterwards?
Well, the first thing I thought about is that, well, I'm sure he can help these guys out as skills coach on the ice, but when they go down to, their little golf getaway, when they get down to Tampa and Miami and all that stuff, I'm sure he'll be able to help these guys on the golf course too. And I'm going to give Peter Aubry a good little shot here. How's that sound?
Oh boy.
Because I enjoyed our time together, and he's actually a really funny, good guy. Oiler fans, you have nothing to worry about if you think he spent his summer on the golf course instead of watching video and getting ready for this season. How does that sound? I think you can read between the lines there, Duke.
That's an encouraging sign. He said his focus has been in the right place.
Yeah.
It's not been out there improving the game.
Yeah. And actually, it was funny. He was saying he had a little tweak in his arm, and Keith Gretzky kind of caught wind of that. And Keith gave him the gears quite a few times at dinner. Said, I thought you were going to tell anybody about this. And that's all that everyone's been saying since he came in. Oh, my arm's a little sore. I don't know what I'm thinking. Whatever. So. Coming up on the big show, man, we are jam-packed. We got Derek Van Diest. He was there yesterday, DVD. We'll chat with DVD about yesterday and camp moving forward here. Mark Spector will be down at the rink, down at Rogers Place as they get ready for fitness testing, medicals, and such down at Rogers. Sportsnet, the studios that he was saying, the Rogers Sportsnet kind of area where they were doing all the interviews yesterday for the car wash. Quite interesting and stuff. And maybe, did you get to see the Elliott, Kyle? A 2-on-1, I guess.
No, I haven't seen it. No.
Pretty nifty stuff when it comes to this car wash and Sportsnet being able to have full access yesterday. And Spec had a whole, he said he interviewed a good 4 or 5 guys, one-on-ones where you don't get that kind of access. So we'll talk a little basketball with Paul Sir too. Stan Bowman is going to address the media at some point. We'll try to go to that depending on when and where it comes in. I think they might push it closer to later than 8:45. We'll see what happens. David Schlemko will be with us, our co-host, from 9 to 11. Kristen Shilton, the NHL on ESPN at 9:20. I line this up with Brad McGregor, the son of Bruce McGregor, who's was with the Oilers as an assistant GM for so many years, won the 5 cups and was in the organization, but a wonderful, absolutely wonderful career in the NHL. And Brad sent me a little note about Bruce's tenure and time in the Detroit Red Wings organization. And it's a stat that sort of blew me away. And we'll talk about that as the morning progresses. And then Shane Willis, and that's going to be at 10:40, Duke. Shane Willis coming up at 10:40.
Yeah, Shane, okay. What you talking about Willis, as you would say, Kev, just fired me a text on my driving this morning, just asking if we could push it about another 10, 15 minutes.
Well, I was the first guy to give him that nickname, Duke. Shane, what you talking about Willis, back in early 90s when he was playing in Prince Albert for the Raiders. When we come back, Derek Van Diest, NHL.com. It's a Kevin Karius show with the Duke of Delburne on Sports 1440 and streaming on YouTube and X.
Work never gets done by standing around. You have to put your words into action. And that's exactly what GS Construction does every single day. Our priorities are safety first, quality second, efficiency third. GS Construction works hard. It's true. But first comes the care, the planning, and the people. Underground infrastructure isn't just about machines and trenches and some traffic inconveniences. It's about doing things right. Find out more on what we do. Visit gsconstruction.ca. While the players gear up for the new season, make sure you gear up your snack game with Will Hawk Beef Jerky.
Okay, this jumbo bag of beef jerky should last the preseason.
Whoa. Will Hawk has more than just beef jerky. There's smoked sausage and pepperoni products, too.
Well, how about we have jerky for Eastern opponents and pepperoni sticks when we face the Western teams?
Now that sounds like a Will Hockey game plan.
Will Hawk Beef Jerky. Because you don't win games with salad. Only available in Leduc.
The Spruce Grove Saints home opener is Friday, September 19th, and you don't want to miss it. The Saints will be playing their first game in the brand new Thompson Family Arena as they host league champion Brooks Bandits at 7 p.m. With a completely new and exciting in-game experience, including a state-of-the-art Jumbotron, the Thompson Family Arena will be the place to be. Don't miss the Spruce Grove Saints home opener, September 19th. For tickets, visit tickets.sgsaints.ca.
That's the sound of the Harley you've been dreaming about. And this is the sound of opportunity knocking. And it's coming from Harley-Davidson of Edmonton.
Our end of season sale is on, and we're clearing the floor with unbelievable prices on a huge selection of pre-owned bikes. This is your moment to own the legend.
Find your dream machine at Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail. Locally owned and operated by the Kent family and celebrating 45 years.
Your all-access pass to the world of sports is Edmonton's only sports radio station.
From pre- and post-game hockey shows to in-depth analysis from your favorite commentators, the action never stops on Sports 1440.
Groceries, mortgage payments, family holidays, a new car. That's what profit shares look like for Vision Credit Union members. Each year, we return about 75% of our profits, $35 million last year, to the people who bank with us. Because at Vision Credit Union, when you're an owner, you get your share. Why not get yours? Learn how at whatsyourshare.ca. That's whatsyourshare.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Nectar.io. Learn more about how we can help your business automate processes, streamline operations, and save money at Nectar.io. Nectar.io, your business made better.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:20 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you on Sports 1440. Josh Fenwick, Sam the Record Man, running the show over there across the board on YouTube and maybe even X. I mean, they've probably taken over the world by now after filling in yesterday for the Duke. Who knows? Oilers training camp underway today with fitness testing, medicals, and such. 55 players in camp, and that's where we're going to start things off this morning with Derek Van Diest, NHL.com. Covers the Edmonton Oilers morning DVD. Thanks for jumping on Kevin Karius Show and Sports 1440 once again. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Doing great. And after seeing you yesterday on the driving range DVD, is it true that you are skipping training camp and heading to Bethpage Black next week for the Ryder Cup?
Not quite. But my game was a little better this year. Than I got out a few more times this year than I had in the past. I felt a little more comfortable playing with some of the big bombers like you guys.
Oh, yeah. Who were you with yesterday?
I was with the Oilers video coaches, Noah Siegel and Eric. Yeah, and then Tom Gazzola was there for a little bit.
Oh,
and
good.
so, the four of us, we shot a 3-under. So, and then Noah could really hit the ball. He's the guy that can pound it. So
I got to play with him yesterday.
It was a lot of fun.
I got to play with him last year. So, I got to see him up close. And he does. And again, I think he plays 2 or 3 times a year.
The way he was hitting it, though, wow, it was pretty impressive to watch. Pretty fun to play with a guy like that.
Yeah, Gregor's group won, so there was some cheating going on there, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. What they say they shot minus 14.
14, yeah.
Yeah, so there's some cheating going on. So.
Absolutely. But hey, she's down to business after today, with the fitness testing, medicals, and we don't really report on last night what gets said, around there at Hot Stove. It's just sort of an informal gathering. Elliot Friedman and Kyle Bukauskas were down there. Were you able to see that little 2-on-1, I guess they had with Connor McDavid that would have aired, sometime after last night when we were on the course?
I did.
Yeah,
I did actually. I saw it last night just before I went to bed, and it's interesting. It's just one of those things that obviously the one thing that Elliott said he was surprised is it hasn't been done yet. And then Connor kind of answered, well, just waiting for it, taking my time. And I really do believe this is a big salary cap thing. I really do believe that. I think if the salary cap was stagnant, and if it was projected to be stagnant for the next 3 or 4 years, this would have been done. And I think it's a situation where they're trying to find a right number with the cap increasing dramatically the way it is. Like it's going to go from 95 to 103 to 113, and they're saying maybe to 120 after that. So when you're the best player in the world and you have an organization like the NHL Players Association saying, hey, we'd like you to be the top paid player in the world, so that everyone can kind of slot in underneath you. But, then you have some things to do. And obviously he's looking out for his family. He's looking out what's best for him. And he deserves to be the highest paid player in the world. I think he's been the top guy for a lot of years here. And so when you can make 20% of the cap, and then so if the cap is 103 next year per se, and they're talking about 16, 17, like he's leaving some money on the table here. So I think what he wants to do what's best for the Oilers. He wants to do what's best for him. He wants to do what's best for the PA. So he doesn't want to, shortchange the rest of the players around the league. So I think there's a lot of balls in the air here, and they're trying to just find the right number. And I think they're just trying to find the right combination. But as the owners are confident he's going to sign, it's just a matter of when, no matter what the term is. But I did see that, and I don't think there should be some concern yet, even if they go into the season without a McDavid contract. And he keeps saying he wants to win here. They like it here. They've been treated well here. There's no reason for them to leave. It's not a Mitch Marner situation where there's a lot of pressure on him, and he said, I needed out. He needed out of that situation. McDavid does need out of this situation.
DVD, would you say, though, for me, like when I look at it, it's more term. And I don't mean term in the sense of AAV. I look at term where he looks at what the roster is. And that's what I'm reading between the lines with his answers to various interviews here. And his answers, he goes, well, I know what we have this year coming up. I know what we have this year in Zach and Nuge and all these guys that are, Zach's 33, Nugent Hopkins is 32. So he knows that, but I think he's more concerned about what happens 4 years down the road.
No, I agree. He wants to see what direction this team goes because he doesn't want to get locked in. Like the winning the Stanley Cup is the number one priority for him. And I think you're right. And this core is starting to age. It's starting to get a little older now. And he obviously sees that they're for the most part, many of them are on the other side of 30. So it is starting to get a little older. And I think he sees that and he's trying to see into the future. He doesn't want to get locked into a situation where he's on a rebuilding team. And I think that's what he's kind of looking at. That's what his team's looking at. But that's what Stan Bowman is here to do. His job is to extend this championship window for as long as possible. Do what he did in Chicago. Make the moves that he made in Chicago. And in Chicago, he was pretty bold. Like they cut some pretty big names. They moved some pretty big names in order to keep that core together. But, you look at some of the guys they moved out to try and keep that window alive. And I think Stan Bowman did a really good job of that. So that's what he's supposed to do here. So it'll be interesting to see how they kind of approach it moving forward. But you're right. I think he's looking at that team and he's looking and saying, okay, well, in 4 years, I don't want to be on a rebuild. I don't want to be on a team that suddenly, drops off. And the situation kind of where Sidney Crosby is in Pittsburgh here is like, that's a rebuilding team. Like, how long is Crosby going to stay in Pittsburgh type thing? So I think, he's looking at all that. He's looking at that situation, but I know that there's some anxiety in town that he hasn't put pen to paper yet, and he hasn't extended here yet. And I think there will be until he does, to be honest with you. He said it wasn't going to be a distraction when we talked to him earlier a couple weeks ago. He doesn't think it'll be a distraction, but I think it'll be a huge distraction because if he doesn't sign everywhere he goes, that'd be the number one question is, hey, what's going on? Are you going to sign another contract at Edmonton? So even if, he gets mad and says, hey, stop asking me that question here in Edmonton, everywhere he goes, he's going to get asked that question.
Yeah. Derek Van Diest with us, NHL.com, Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Do you have a storyline or two top of mind once you get down to the rink today and do some interviews and as camp starts tomorrow? maybe one or two things that you really want to take a deeper dive into, DVD?
Well, I think today we're going to talk to Stan Moment on the record. I know, like, he chatted with us, little hot stove yesterday, but that's all off the record. That's something that, he kind of reveals to us. But today we'll get him on the record, and we'll see it from the management side of it. He didn't seem too concerned. He figures that things are going to get done. But it's going to be interesting to see. I think you look at the situation. I think a couple of big storylines coming in here is can Isaac Howard and Matt Savoy step in and take these minutes that people are asking of them. I think Isaac Howard's going to be a really, really interesting story. Hobie Baker Award winner. This is a player that is incredibly talented, but I think it's a big jump from the NCAA to the NHL. We've seen some players be able to make it, others not so much. They'll need some time in the minors. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with like Howard. Savoy, he looked pretty good in those 2 rookie games. He's going to come in here. We're going to see if he can make that jump. He had a really good season in the American Hockey League. So, they're kind of counting on him to fill that void. They're counting on him to kind of inject some youth and enthusiasm, as they say, into the lineup. So, yeah, to me, that's pretty interesting. I think the rest of camp, the Oilers, talking to some of them already, they seem a bit more focused going into this year than they were last year. Last year, they were still trying to get over that devastating Game 7 loss, and it took them a little while. They admitted it took them a little while to get over that loss. I think this year it was easier to turn the page. The second time is a little easier, I think, than the first time was. So I think they're a bit more focused coming into camp here, and it'll be interesting. And of course, the goalie situation. I think that's something that a lot of people have been talking about this year. Can Stuart Skinner and Calvin Pickard come up and be that goalie tandem that everyone needs, everyone wants here? And it's just about consistency with those two. They need to play really well. They need to kind of be consistent night in and night out. And for the most part, last year they both struggled at the beginning, and then there was times at the end where they struggled. So I think that's what they're looking for out of those two this year. And they would, for the most part, it's a pretty decent tandem. But is it good enough to win the Stanley Cup? And I think that's something they're going to have to prove this season.
NHL.com's Derek Van Diest with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Where do you stand here with Zach Hyman going into camp after being injured in last year's playoff? And if he's not ready to go right off the hop, what does that open up as far as top 6 positions go for maybe someone to come in here and show their stuff?
Yeah, last I saw Hyman, I saw him at the Olympic orientation camp, and he still had kind of a cast on his hand. Yeah. So he still had some brace. Well, it was more of a brace than a cast, to be honest. We talked. He said he's going to see doctors. He's not sure. He had been skating, just can't hold a stick. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to start the season. I think he's still going to be maybe, I couldn't tell. I don't know if it's going to be weeks or months when he's out. So, yeah, that does open up an opportunity. It opens up an opportunity for a guy like Bud Colson to come in. I'm really interested to see what Dave Tomasek, what he can provide. Had a good season in the minors. And then it gives an opportunity to some other guys to come in and step in. And then maybe there's that slot for Isaac Howard to come in here, and maybe we'll get some time as a top 6 guy to see what he can do at that level. So, yeah, there's going to be some minutes there for that Zach Hyman if he's not ready to go right off the bat to start the regular season in October 8th. That there are going to be some minutes there for him, and he plays a hard game. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Oilers if they could kind of play well while in his absence, while he's continues his recovery off that dislocated wrist.
How curious, DVD, are you to see David Tomasek from Czech? Played last year in Fjarstad. Had basically well over a point a game, had 24 goals in 47 games, but he's an older player. How curious are you to see exactly what he can maybe establish here at training camp and into the preseason?
No, yeah, I'm really curious because, he's obviously the top, I think he was the top scorer in Sweden last year. So, it's interesting to see how these guys, if they can come over. But I think the thing with me is that these guys, he's your top scorer in Sweden, but I think he's going to come here and play a bottom 6 role. So I don't know if it'll be the same type of role that he played in Sweden. And to me, it's just a matter of he's an older guy. He's probably a pretty smart hockey player. can he keep up, and can he play the game at the smaller ice surface where things are a lot faster? You got to make plays a lot quicker. Reaction times have to be faster. So it'll be interesting. I think the Oilers, took a chance. They said, hey, this guy's succeeding. Let's see if we can come over and make the transition. Some guys can, some guys can't. I guess some people say, well, he's playing in Europe for a reason. If he was, if he was able to play in the NHL before that, he would have already been here. But, it's not a bad gamble, I think, for the Oilers. They're going to go out and see if they can get a player, a smart player, and a guy they can put in different situations. So I am curious to see. Basically, the number one thing with me is, can he skate at this level, and can he make decisions a little bit faster than you have to make in Europe? How does he handle the puck? How does he handle those defensive responsibilities? What else can he do? So I think, I'm curious to see what he can do, and hopefully the Oilers have found a player here. You gotta look for diamonds in the rough, and hopefully they may have found a useful player in Thomas Ek. So we'll have to see come camp. But I think, to me, the skating will be the big thing, and just how quickly he reacts to plays.
Well, when you empty the cupboard, going into trade deadlines for years, and you're giving up prospects, you're giving up picks, you have to find players somewhere, and you have to dig deep. One of these other guys, another player that everyone is wondering what he has to offer, is on the back end in Alex Regula. Now, this is a guy that's played some time in the NHL, but he's been hurt for a couple of years. He's been up and down in the American Hockey League, but he offers something that they don't have on the right side, and that's a big-bodied defenseman. What kind of impact do you think he'll have here at camp?
Yeah, he'll have to impress, though, because there's not a lot of spots for a defenseman on the back end. You got 7 guys coming back, and I think he'll really have to stand out. So I think this is an opportunity for him. He's going to have to earn a job. Like it's one of those things that you come to training camp, and usually everyone is kind of slotted. And I always complained about training camp. Well, we had 4 weeks to find out who the 13th forward was and who the 6th and 7th defensemen are going to be, because everyone else is slotted in. But I think he comes in here with an opportunity to win a job, and he's going to have to beat someone out to do it. But you're right; they need that size on the right side. They need that physicality. They need that kind of meanness and toughness. But he also has to be able to move the puck. He also has to be able to play well defensively. He's got to be able to win battles. So it'll be interesting to see if he can do that. Then maybe they look at that, go, okay, we need a guy like that in our top 6. But it's gonna be tough because everyone, like I said, the Oilers are bringing back basically the entire defense corps. And I think it's going to be tough to win a job, but there are some jobs to be won there, and I think that's what makes training camp interesting is that those guys that come from seemingly nowhere and make an impression and win a job. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does, and I think this is somebody that the Oilers would like him to do well. They would like him to make hard decisions, and I think that's what they're looking forward to. But you're looking at that lineup, and it's pretty much everyone is slotted in. So you got to have to beat someone out to win that job.
DVD, as always, thanks for leading things off in our first slot of the day. Here we go. Fitness testing, medicals, a couple sessions tomorrow, and then we got the split squad games on Sunday. So thanks for coming on. We'll see you down at the rink.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
That's Derek Van Diest, NHL.com to kick things off. Text line 833-401-1440. Tim talking McDavid. I still think he's I think he says staying, not saying, but it's non-committal that starts to wear on Oilers fans' anxieties. And Tim, that's the message that you get when you talk to, anyone. You can go to a hockey locker room. You can go down and have a beer in a watering hole. It's the first question that, if you're an Oiler fan, that comes out of everyone's mouth. Like, what's going on? How long is this going to take? Why is it taking so long? And again, if you listen to what Connor McDavid says, and I mean, he just wants to be patient. He wants to think everything through. And again, that's his right. He's earned it. He signed a 8-year deal before. But I think maybe he doesn't realize how much it's wearing on Oiler fans. If you are just a fan and take that out of the mix, or take that into the mix, pardon me, maybe he doesn't realize that he's just like he's causing just absolutely an anxiety state that people haven't had around here for an awful long time. Mark Texan, good morning, boys. I was never worried about Connor leaving now, but I'm starting to get a little nervous with all the media chiming in. What's your gut telling you? What percentage would you put on him re-signing? And I respond, it's very high still. I mean, I think it's, again, for Connor, when you read between the lines and read the tea leaves a little bit, he knows exactly what is on this roster moving forward this season, the final year of his contract. He knows what's there. He knows what he's getting into in the sense that Zach Hyman is going to be riding shotgun with him for the most part. RNH has been here for a long time. Doesn't want to win. He wants to win a cup here with these guys so badly. He's been here longest tenured guy. He's going to be 1,000 games. The acquisitions that they made last year and a guy like Trent Frederick, who we saw absolutely do nothing in the regular season because he was hurt, and then be extremely limited in the playoffs playing hurt. That's a guy that has to step up and be a contributor. He's got to be pushing 20 goals and be physical. And they know what they have on the back end. Again, the difference is Connor's not sure, and this is me just, again, reading between the lines with him about years 3, 4, 5 here down the road. Because what's there? Well, I mean, Matthias Ekholm's older. Darnell Nurse at that time is going to be older, and who knows if he is even here, because after year 3 here now, his total no movement kicks in. So there's questions, and he's just taking his time. And I mean, I understand the fans when they are so protective of someone that they love and watch and cheer for on a nightly basis. They are just so passionate here. Again, text rolling in, Trav M. Well, I mean, he says, hey, Kevin, why if Connor's so concerned about the team not being very good in a few years, don't understand why he can't just ask for a trade and go elsewhere. Well, here's the other thing. I've talked to so many guys that are pretty plugged in, and they go, let's just say Connor signs a 3-year extension and he's here for 4 more years. Well, if he hasn't won a cup here with Leon in the 12 years that they've been here together or whatever it would be, well, are they ever going to win? I mean, that's a fair question to ask. So anyway, we'll get to more of your texts, 833-401-1440. It's a Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne on Sports 1440, streaming on YouTube and X.
Seriously, another door knocker? I really want to go solar, but these high-pressure tactics are exhausting.
And their prices are unbelievable. Before we do anything, let's call Great Canadian Solar.
There's a better way to go solar. Great Canadian Solar provides honest advice and fair pricing to save you from overpaying. They're easy to deal with and will never put pressure on you to buy. As a trusted local business for over 15 years, Great Canadian Solar will support you in your solar journey. Visit GreatCanadianSolar.com and call today to get started.
I'm a little hungry.
I've got Booster Balls from Booster Juice.
Booster what now?
Booster Balls. They're little protein bites packed with nutrients. Chewy, crunchy, yummy, and new flavors all the time. Like this little guy. The new mint chocolate Booster Ball. Peppermint, cocoa, coconut, peanut butter, maple syrup, all rolled up into a delightful little bite-sized snack.
Why am I just hearing about this now?
I don't know.
Can I have one?
No. Booster Juice. Canadian born. Blending since 1999.
God said, I need somebody to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, go to town, and stay all night at a meeting at the school board. So God made a farmer.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. We are so thankful God made a farmer. For the month of September, it is our goal to feed 500 families. With every vehicle sold, we will feed a family of 4. So please help us reach our goal. Visit us online at northgategm.com.
At Fountain Tire, get up to 25% off select tires, up to $125 off a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, and $50 off $150 service until October 18th. Restrictions apply. Book today. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Blue Jays fans, this weekend and every weekend, you can catch Toronto Blue Jays ball games right here on Sports 1440. Ben Schulman provides the play-by-play. You provide the chips and beer. Check out the Blue Jays this weekend on Edmonton's home for sports. Sports 1440.
Weekly NFL giveaways, drink specials, huge screen TVs. The hits keep coming at First Round, Edmonton's NFL headquarters. Watch NFL football at First Round, and you could win a trip to your favorite NFL city for a regular season game next season. Catch NFL action Thursday nights, all day Sunday, starting with the Pro Bowl brunch from 10:30 to 2. Then Monday night with half-price boneless wings after 6 p.m. First Round, burgers, beer, sports. Downtown and Bourbon Street, West Edmonton Mall.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it 24/7, 365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 744 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you on Sports 1440. We're streaming on YouTube and X. Man, oh man, weather into September. Again, just incredible. It was outstanding yesterday out at the Glendale. We're looking at highs 26, 27, all the way right through, maybe a little cooler tomorrow, right through Saturday. Don't see any, like, I don't know, last time we had any rain around here. It's been like a month, it seems, but fabulous weather for the month of September. And man, it's just the way she goes, is it not? It seems that September is nicer than May almost, it seems, these years. Breaker texting, hey boys, here's my take. McDavid's contract will set the benchmark moving forward. That's a lot of additional pressure. No player has to consider. You don't think the agents talk? The cap exploding the next few years, long-term deal may handcuff stars on other teams. He wants a cup, so any other cup contender will have to clear 17 mil to take him. That still makes Edmonton his best option. Totally agree at the end, Breaker. I've been saying that for a long time. Where else is a better option for him to go? All these teams that have signed star players or big pieces to their team. And let's use Florida as an example, because that's the benchmark. They've won the last 2 Stanley Cups. The Oilers have taken on all comers. And even last year, they had their way with Vegas and Dallas. I don't think many people can deny that. But let's just use, again, Florida as an example. When they look at signing their core players, well, all of them have no move contracts. They want to stay there. They don't want to come anywhere else because they've had the success. So that's just one little thing. We had a text earlier from Jeff Duke said, hey, oh my OMG, can we please stop talking about this? It's nauseous. How about those Jays? Well, we touched on them off the top, Duke. Did you watch the game last night? And this home run, like when you look at John Schneider on the field, you look at him post-game, you look at the reporters, I don't think I've seen more people confused about fan interference and a home run being called and not being taken back.
There's confusion from the managers, the players, the broadcasters. Buck and Dan didn't really seem to have an inclination about what exactly the explanation was. I didn't watch it live after the service yesterday. I actually went and helped my sister and brother-in-law bring some cattle home off the grass, get some bull calves ready to sell. So I listened to the last few innings on my drive home and then kind of watched Blue Jays in 30 upon arriving back at my place here in the city. So confusing is the only real description I have for it. And the fact that you kind of saw in consecutive innings 2 different fan interference potential rulings. I can't recall the last time I saw something like that, and I guess it maybe just speaks to the ballpark, right? In terms of where the Rays are playing right now down at Steinbrenner Field with the Tropicana still out of the mix. There's plenty of ballparks where fans are right in the action, but correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, most outfield walls now where there are fans right on top of them are not still only like 7 feet off the ground. Like they're still a little bit higher.
Yes.
Right. And so it is literally a minor league ballpark. And as a result, minor league things happen, which is kind of what we're getting here. It's confusing. Check the rule book. What's going on? The explanation doesn't make any sense. It's chaos. And that kind of just fits the bill for the Rays playing down at that field this year.
That's the hand they're dealt, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's what are you going to do?
You know, the same thing in Sacramento, which is, you know, a minor league ballpark. But when you look at the reaction to, you know, the players on the bench, Lucas as well, and him going, you know, and then it's kind of sweet justice later, you know, in the game because he gets the home run and it's a similar, he's involved in both plays. But you know, for them to be where they're at again, magic number at 6 for the American League East. I think it's 3 for, you know, to a wild card. That's not their goal. They want to win the American League East. And Bo Bichette's going to be gone for the rest of the regular season. Hopefully he can be back. Hopefully he can be back and be a contributor in the playoffs because, you know, now we've seen Jimenez at short a little bit. And I mean, that's not his comfortable position. He's way better, obviously, at second base. And Ernie Clement is doing as admirable as a job as he can do at shortstop, filling in. But, you know, between Jimenez and Clement, maybe they can patchwork things up through here in the middle of the infield and moving forward. They still have some options as well with guys that have the ability to just come in and maybe be suffice for an inning or two as a defensive replacement. Maybe it'd be at third or whatever, moving guys around. The lucky thing about this lineup that John Schneider has is that he's had options all year, moving guys in and out, especially for defensive late inning replacements. So that series that continues with Kevin Gosman up against Ian Seymour tonight. Chris Bassett, Shane Boss will finish up the series, and then it's off to Kansas City for the next 3 games. Text line 833-401-1440. Slurpee Sean says Tampa Bay has $27 million in cap space next season. I don't see that, Duke. I mean, where do you see, Slurpee Sean, that Tampa Bay has $27 million in cap space next season? Coming off the books next year, I got Oliver Bjorkstrand at 5'4". And then that's about it until Ryan McDonough. That's all I'm seeing, Duke. I don't know where you're getting your number from here. So am I way out to lunch here, Duke, or what are you looking at?
No, I don't think so. I'm just looking at the cap projections for. So that is their current projected cap space for next season, according to.
Well, how? I mean, they still have.
Wikipedia.
I mean, maybe he's thinking 3 years down the road, but next year, coming off the cap for 26-27, Bjorkstrand at 5'4". A couple little guys doesn't really count much, and then Ryan McDonough at 6'7". Other than that, no one else is coming off the cap, and I mean, there are no buyouts.
So
or cap
I mean, I guess you're
charges.
talking about $10 million there. Or
And then
over
he's
10
talking
million.
about-
And then the elevation in the salary cap, I guess, is the only things I can see that would contribute to those numbers.
But you talk about, okay, so Kucherov at that point is going to be 34. Hedman's going to be 36.
It is an option, I suppose, but what
How about Austin? The cap's going up, so Toronto will fit him in easy at 17 mil.
Hey, that's why they let Marner walk, right?
But you know what, Duke? There will be a point here. there will be a point, and whenever that point is, and it's a long ways down the road. It's a long ways down the road where the Oilers organization will have to say, Connor, we need you to sign. And if it's 2, 3, 4 years, whatever it is, we need you to sign. If not, I mean, they have no choice. They have no choice. They have to move. And you can't let an asset like that walk without getting a lot back. Like, do you think that the Leafs did the right thing with Marner?
Well, they thought they obviously thought they had
him.
a chance to re-sign him, or at least a chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's kind of like when you have a UFA for a player and you're at the trade deadline and you choose to not move them, it's essentially your own rental. It's an in-house rental that comes with zero acquisition cost.
Mm-hmm.
Because we see it all the time, right? That's the most common player traded at the deadline is on expiring contracts because you're not tied to them beyond that season for salary cap reasons. Or maybe you don't know if it's going to be a fit, right? A couple factors rolling in. Now, most of the time, players brought in of that ilk, Marner's status, yeah, you'd usually like a little more certainty moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking like, look at what happened to the Hurricanes. Now, I think they made out okay when you look at what they gave up to get Ranson and then what they net in return, flipping him a matter of a month later. But if they could do it over again, would they?
There you go.
I don't have the answer to that question. Probably only Eric Tulsky does. So it's like, is Connor McDavid and the potential of losing him for nothing worth the rental price? That's pretty tough. He's the best player in the world.
You know what I'm saying, though, Duke? Like, when you manage your assets.
100% I know what you're saying. But if you're the Oilers and we get to February and there's no extension signed and you're sitting first place in the Pacific Division or second place in the Pacific Division, can you, in good conscience, trade him at that stage, completely eliminating your chances of A, winning a Stanley Cup this year?
Well, what if you get pieces back that are there, though? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess.
You know, you have to. You're looking at pieces that make your team, or that don't make your team worse. They might not make them better, but I mean, those have to be some serious pieces. But again, at that point, who are you dealing with?
Well, that's because getting all of a sudden you're at the deadline. The numbers are that much tighter for teams, cap wise. I just can't see it happening. Even
I don't either, dude.
I think you and I are in agreement, Kevin, that we don't envision it getting to that point.
Mm-hmm.
But if it were to, I think the Oilers hold on to him and they ride out the year and hope to have another good playoff run. The ultimate goal of winning a Stanley Cup. It's so difficult to do. We've seen that firsthand here in this city the past 2 seasons. But at least then you still have a chance at the re-signing. And if at that point he says, following maybe an early playoff exit, well, then you trade his rights and recoup what you can.
Yeah, but, you know, like, okay, Wayne Gretzky was sold, Duke. He was sold.
That's right.
But at that point, Peter Pocklington could not afford Wayne Gretzky. The Oilers could not afford Wayne Gretzky and that salary when Peter Pocklington was owner. And that was the contract, which was his next one that was coming up in a year, I believe. So, man, this is a wild discussion. When we come back, Mark Spector's down at Rogers Place. We'll check in with Spec. Also, in the 8 o'clock hour, Paul Sir from the Basketball Show. We'll discuss a little WNBA, maybe Toronto Raptors. The Raptors are getting ready for training camp, and it's in Calgary. It's only down the road here. So we'll discuss that with Paul coming up at 8:20. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Nectar.io. Transforming field data into boardroom insights. Nectar.io is the all-in-one solution for your fleet, your safety, time tracking, and materials management needs. Nectar.io, your business made better. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Toronto Blue Jays rattle off their 6th consecutive win last night, 6-5, the final over the Tampa Bay Rays. Homering in the victory. Nathan Lucas, and Joey Loper-Fido. Some tough news, however, as the team announced that shortstop Bo Bichette will be out the remainder of the regular season with a sprained left knee, hoping to get him back come playoff time. Elsewhere around the majors last night, Boston losing to the Athletics 2-1. Yankees hold on to beat the Twins 10-9. And the Seattle Mariners, they beat the Royals 12-5. Cal Raleigh homering twice to surpass Mickey Mantle for the most home runs in a season by a switch hitter. WNBA playoffs last night, Atlanta beating the Dream 77-60 to make that series even at 1 game apiece. And Seattle, they topped the Aces 86-83. That series also knotted at 1 game apiece. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector as well as Paul Sir from The Basketball Show. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Groceries, mortgage payments, family holidays, a new car. That's what profit shares look like for Vision Credit Union members. Each year, we return about 75% of our profits, $35 million last year, to the people who bank with us. Because at Vision Credit Union, when you're an owner, you get your share. Why not get yours? Learn how at whatsyourshare.ca. That's whatsyourshare.ca.
You ever done something you can't be forgiven for? Crave is the exclusive home of HBO originals, including Task, the new crime thriller from the creator of Mayor of Easttown.
I'm going to take their money so we can have a better life.
Starring Emmy winner Mark Ruffalo.
If things go terribly wrong, people want to know why God let it happen.
And Emmy nominee Tom Pelphrey.
Have I almost found a way out? We never did anything like this.
Task, an HBO limited series. Stream now, only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:01 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you on Sports 1440. Josh Fenwick, Sam the Record Man. We're streaming on YouTube and on X as well. Time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. In September, Northgate is helping feed families, and for every truck sold, they will feed a family of 4 farmers and small business owners as well. Get preferred rates in September. Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. This truck's for you. Check them out at northgategm.com as we welcome Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec. I know your arm is extremely sore today from carrying that massive prize package out yesterday at the Glendale for the closest to the pin shot. Are you okay? Is your arm okay with that haul? You took
yeah, I think I'll make it. It was just like a little prize bag. It weighed about 6 pounds, but I was very grateful. It was very nice. The owners put that tournament on to allow golfers like you and myself to showcase our skills, Kevin.
How about one of the best parts of the night? You and Rob Tchaikovsky come late to the team picture. They've done this every year with, I don't know, 50 people out there, maybe more.
Well, 48 anyway. Yeah.
Anyway, both you guys said, "Oh, let's go. Let's do another one." And then there's like 48 people said, "No, let's go."
No. Yeah, we were putting our clubs away in the car when you guys were taking that picture. So,
well,
anyway, what a day to play. Awesome course.
Mhm.
Let's go. Camp starts today, man. Let's get after it.
Yeah, you know, and you were with Titch, and who else were you with?
I got a good chance to golf with Jamie Cartmel, the director of media. What do we call him? Media services. I don't know.
Mhm.
Department of
Communications.
Sure. But also, I got a chance to golf with Paul McFarland, Chris Knobloch's new assistant. So it was awesome. Really got to know him. You know, you golf with a guy for 4 hours, and you really get a chance to chat. He's got a young son who's a really good ball player. He's going to the Okotoks Academy. He's come up here. He's got some ideas for the power play that he's kind of talked about how anytime you join a team, you don't just walk in the door with your power play and pound the square peg in. You got to look at who you have and what you have and build a power play around it. And as we talked about it, I mean, who has more to build a power play around than this guy?
Yeah. I was with Peter Aubrey, the new goaltending coach, Spec.
Yeah.
And I gave him I had a wonderful time with him, but I gave him a real good dig in the early part of the show. And I said, Oiler fans have no worries that Peter Aubrey was on the golf course all summer and not worried about his goaltending instruction duties.
Yeah. No concern.
Yeah.
No, I know. I mean, listen, these guys know it. We joke with McFarland. Rob Tchaikovsky and I were giving it to him, talking about the power play. And I said, hey, you think this is bad? There's only two of us. How many people live in Edmonton?
Yeah.
Right? First goal for 5 night.
Yeah. You're going to hear it. Yeah. You're going to hear it for sure. And I think they're, really looking forward to that challenge, that task to be, in the pressure cooker here because, to be honest with you, Spec, that's one thing that they're going to have to get used to. A lot of as far as Peter Aubrey, as far as Paul McFarland goes. I mean, Stuart's been here for a while and he knows what it's like. Maybe he can help them out with that. But this is this is something that they haven't experienced before.
Well, listen, I mean, there's a ton of positives, first of all, to it. A guy comes, like these guys are Canadians and they've worked in the States a lot and in different places. And to come up here to the NHL in a Canadian market with the expectations this high, it's really like in a lot of ways, it's a privilege. It's, you're jumping on the fastest moving train in the National Hockey League in some respects. Like, I'm not sure there's a more hockey mad market with higher expectations than the one we're sitting in right now. In fact, I'm pretty sure there isn't. So that part, a lot of guys would kill for that job, Kev. A lot of guys would kill for that job.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's what your whole goal in life's supposed to be. That's supposed to be sticking at Mercyhurst College and just, sitting down there and going, whatever happens. I mean, if you're in this business, in this sport, I mean, this is what your whole end goal is supposed to be in a pressure cooker like this. Mark Spector, Mark Spector with us from Rogers Sportsnet. So, Spec, you had the car wash yesterday, and also even when I got home last night, I got to see and Elliot Friedman and Kyle Bukauskas were here, your colleagues from Sportsnet. And they did the 2-on-1 with Connor McDavid. Did you get a chance to see that when you got home last night?
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah. I hear you guys talking about it this morning. It's probably going to dominate the news cycle for another day now.
Oh, more than that.
You think? Yeah.
Oh, hey, I mean, even our text line, Spec. I mean, that's all that people talk about. That's all the people are talking about right now. Is this contract?
All they're talking about. And in Toronto last year, for large stretches, all they were talking about is Mitch Marner. And I'm going to say to you that next year in Vancouver, all they're going to be talking about is Quinn Hughes. And this is our turn. Right? It's McDavid. He's the best player in the world. And, and let's face it, it's difficult for him because he's got to do interviews and he's sitting down to do them, which I give him credit for. And he's doing his best to tell, the truth. Like he's not out there making up lies. Yeah. And I give him credit for that. But the truth is, when the truth comes out of his mouth and he says, I love this team in 25, 26 and kind of ... beyond that, we don't know. It fuels another round of giant speculation. And this is the business. This is the business. From the Oilers' perspective, we heard Stan Bowman last night in really an off the record thing, so I won't entirely report it, but he sounded like a guy very much expecting to sign Connor McDavid. Is that fair? You were there.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And it's a very informal thing. Stan didn't say anything, neither did Jeff Jackson or Chris Knobloch for that matter, that you'd go, oh boy, keep our mouth zipped on this, right? It wasn't anything.
No.
So, that's the feeling that I've always had. It's just taking longer than people want it to take. That's as simple as it can.
Well, listen, the ball is entirely in McDavid's court. So asking, asking Stan Bowman, how these negotiations are going to go, you're asking the wrong guy. Right? Like, no disrespect to Stan. Stan's sitting there staying off his phone until Judd Moldaver phones him and says, let's make a deal. And then he's going to stop everything in his life and get that deal done as fast as he can. It's like you on a Friday night waiting for that pretty girl to phone, Kev, right?
That never happened.
Back in the day, you were sitting at home hoping and hoping and hoping, right? And sometimes it even happened. So, I mean, really,
sure you are in the good books with Laura right now. I can tell you that. You know what? I mean, like, again, you mentioned Judd Moldaver, the agent of Connor's. He's, basically took over from Jeff Jackson. It's that kind of that simple, right?
Yep.
What would you say the relationship is between the three of them? Because, sorry, let me just finish that thought, Nick, because I would say for the most part, one of the things that when Jeff Jackson was hired here, one thing that was discussed is that, well, he's going to be a key cog to make sure Connor signs the next deal. Would that be fair?
Well, yes, I think we all expected that. I think that was one of the mandates for Jeff Jackson. That's fair to say. That his relationship with Connor McDavid, having been his agent and being as close as he is, would expedite the process, make it easier to get Connor signed here for sure. And, I guess we're going to see if that happens or not. He's certainly well involved in the process. So it's Stan Bowman, it's Jeff Jackson, it's Daryl Cates's absolute right-hand man up at the top of the Oilers Entertainment Group, or even beyond that, who's also very involved in this. So let's, you get hired to do a job, and until you get the job done, it's not done. So yes, I would say Jeff Jackson's, listen, if the worst possible scenario happens and Connor McDavid moves on after next year, there will be lots of blame and shame around the organization to share. We're not, let's face it, we won't have to you couldn't swing a cat without finding someone to blame for that.
Yeah.
So, you know what? I think I don't need to get that far ahead of it. I know it's hard for people to be patient. I get it, man. Everyone wants this thing to happen. Everyone's getting that choky feeling. I think, having a bunch of anxiety isn't going to make it happen faster.
Right. Mark Spector with us on Sports 1440. When we walked into the Glendale yesterday, Spec, I asked you, how was your morning? And you said, well, really busy because you had the car wash thing, and we mentioned it with Elliot and Kyle Bukoskis. But you said you ended up talking to several guys. Maybe just to let our listeners know how that went and what you thought about, just initial conversations that you get to have one-on-ones like.
Yeah, a couple interviews I did with a couple guys for some pieces we can roll out this week. Now it's a nice opportunity for me to talk to sit in a room. The media now, Kev, it's scrum journalism. I get to go on the road, so I get to sit down and talk to guys one-on-one because there's just barely anyone traveling anymore.
Right.
But when you're in Edmonton, it's so hard to talk to an NHL player anymore without 14 people around them, unless you pick you want to talk to Matthias Janmark?
Troy Stetcher?
Anytime you want. Troy Stetcher, anytime you want. But the big guys, it's difficult. So I sat down with Andrew Mangiapane yesterday, got to know him. which was nice. I've spoken to him before, but we don't know each other. So, you get 15 minutes with a guy and you sit down, you talk about a bunch of stuff. You get to actually ask like 10 questions in a row instead of 2 and having some other guy come in and start asking questions. It's a really good professionally for me. It makes a way better interview situation for him.
Yeah.
And in the end, the piece that results is it's more accurate and more reflective of the kind of person this guy is and what we're talking about. My work doesn't get chopped up by 10 guys asking questions from 10 different angles. I can actually write a piece. So it's a nice change. I talked to Darnell Nurse on the record for quite a while and then off the record for quite a while. We had a really good conversation.
Good.
And again, Darnell, he's not always the most forthcoming guy, but when you sit down across from him and you look him in the eye and you have a conversation, it's always better.
It's funny you mentioned the one-on-one angle, Spec, and you and I have been doing this a long time, and you might get a stink eye from a player in a scrum, and that's only because you're probably, as a reporter, you're fighting with 12, 14 guys, and you're fighting and how the flow of an interview goes, or a question might be totally different, and you might want to get to something else, and how you word it might not be exactly how you wanted it worded as a reporter. It comes out maybe not the way you want it to. In a one-on-one, it changes. That dynamic changes so much, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, my analogy would be this, and I know people out there don't care about us journalists and our work and whether we get players or not. I mean, you can tell online, nobody cares. Okay, I get that. But there is a craft to doing the job and doing the job properly. Some guys are better at it than others. I know guys that could interview a stone and get a fantastic story because that's how good they were at it. But my analogy would be this. You're a sales guy and you got a bit of a routine. You like to talk to your client. You like to maybe, start with a conversation and then maybe you like to ease into what you're selling. And then at some point when you're a pro, you know when to jump and when to make your pitch and when to, right? Like salespeople, they know what they're doing. The guy's been doing it for a long time. The Greg Pillings of the world, they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
If you told Greg Pilling, you don't get 10 minutes, you get 40 seconds, right? You get 40 seconds to make your pitch. How would that affect your pitch? Whatever you do in life, you're at a job interview and you've done some job interviews and you think you probably know how to interview to get the best employee and you have a bit of a routine and it takes 20 minutes. Okay, now do it in 1.
Yeah.
Tell me how successful you are doing it in 1.
Exactly.
So that's our world. To properly interview a person and get to know them and gain their trust so that they say things to you that they might not normally say. You can't do it in 40 seconds. And that's our world now.
I agree. And it's one thing that I liked about this job personally. And again, it's not about us, Spec. I get that. But for me personally, for the last 2 years, I've had the opportunity to do, thousands of interviews that lasted 15 minutes.
That's it.
That's
guy's
been
invested.
the most
He comes on your show.
part for me. Yeah.
Comes on your show. He says, I got 12 minutes for Kevin Karius.
Yeah.
And he digs in and he's invested and he opens up and you get some great stuff, right? I mean, decent
think about this, Spec. Like I'm looking forward to 10 o'clock. Not like I'm saying I don't look forward to all our guests, but at 10 o'clock, Bruce McGregor is going to come on. Now, like I said, I talked to Brad yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And what are we going to talk about? The old man wants to know what you're going to talk. And I'm like, well, we could talk for hours. And now I'm looking at it the other way here, Spec. I've only got like 15 minutes with this guy. And it could be a 2-hour interview. And I can guarantee you every listener would go, that was great. I could have listened to that for another hour.
Did he play with Eddie Jackman?
Yes, he did. Yeah. That's kind of how this started.
Okay.
Brad had sent me a text and said, yeah, a lot of the guys from the old days and we're sending texts back and forth and Eddie had passed. So, and I mean, Bruce, how about this? I'm going to throw it out there and I might be off by 1 or 2, but Brad sent me the text last night. In Detroit Red Wings history, the history of that franchise, Bruce McGregor, and I got to make, I'm just going to say it then if I'm wrong by a bit, I'm wrong, but this is according to Brad, is still the 27th or 28th leading scorer in Detroit Red Wings history.
On an original 6 team.
Yeah.
It's pretty good for an Edmonton kid.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
What high school did he go to? That's what I want to know.
well, they were in the Laurier Heights area, right? You know,
No, I went to school with
Oh.
Brad. Brad was a West End kid, but what high school did Bruce go to?
Bruce go. Well, I don't know. I'll ask him if you want. You know, this is a guy that played, you know, in Edmonton on minor hockey, Edmonton Flyers, and then went and played in Detroit and then the Rangers. So played what do we got here? 893 career NHL games.
Jeez. And remember, folks, kids out there, there was 6 teams in the league back then.
Mm-hmm.
For most of Bruce's time. He would have played into expansion. But my point is, if you got one of the jobs when there was only 6 teams, that's how good a player you had to be. Now there's 32 teams. I get it. There's way more players. I understand all that. But playing 900 games, mostly in a 6-team league, boy, that's doing something.
Bruce McGregor, 28th in Detroit Red Wings history, 335 points. It had a guy like Mickey Redmond. You know,
some guy named Gordy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Gordy had 1,800, and you know, so. But I'm looking for it again, and that goes to your point spec. What? Imagine if I had 40 seconds with Bruce McGregor today.
Yeah, right. Where would you start? How would you end? What would you get?
Waste of everyone's time.
Yeah. So anyway, I know. Again, this isn't about journalism, but that's just a little window into our world. You know, if everybody took the other one, and then we got to go here. The other one is in the new world, everybody out there can watch us work. Like you're listening to our questions. I'm always getting accused. Oh, you asked a dumb question. Yeah, well, you know what? If I had a camera at your desk for every sales pitch you made, let's say you make 20 sales pitches, say you're a salesman, Kev, and let's say you make 20 pitches a day. And I got to have a camera on every pitch, not just the ones that worked, but the ones where you got blown off or the ones where some guy said, I bought your product and it stunk. What did you say next? So, you know what? I signed up for it, but the years now where people get to watch the cake getting baked, like usually you just used to write the story and they'd read it. Now they watch you build the story. And hey, man, you know, every time you built an IKEA product, did you never make a mistake building it? Did you never go back 2 pages and go, oh man, I put that thing on backwards? Yes, you did. Right.
Well, here, this is probably directed at both of us, Spec from Jipalipa, whatever this guy's name is, it texted in, and you still suck at it. How's that? That's what we deal with here, Spec. So thanks, buddy. Have a good one. We'll see you down at 3 at some point, Spec. Thanks, man. That's Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet, Buick GMC. This truck's for you. When we come back, Paul Sir from the Basketball Show. It's Kevin Karius with the Duke of Delburne on Sports 1440, streaming on YouTube and X.
It's the final weekend of the Bricks Famous Tent Sale. Now save up to 70% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department, like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances, up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Bricks, saving you more.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Your all-access pass to the world of sports is Edmonton's only sports radio station.
From pre- and post-game hockey shows to in-depth analysis from your favorite commentators, the action never stops on Sports 1440.
Is your company drowning in paperwork and administrative tasks? Do you need more data to make better decisions? Nectar.io is your company's all-in-one solution for fleet and materials management, safety, time cards, and GIS-based project management. Now is the time to capture and transform field, site, and shop data into boardroom-level business intelligence, all with one login. Visit Nectar.io to book a demo today. Nectar.io, your business made better.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 822 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you on Sports 1440. We've got Josh Fenwick and Sam the Record Man streaming on YouTube and X as well with us in the Sports 1440 studios here at West Edmonton Mall. So glad you could be with us on a Wednesday morning, and excited to talk a little basketball with our old buddy, our old pal, Paul Sir. Morning, Paul. Haven't talked to you for a while. How you been?
I've been okay, Kevin. How are you?
Well, I'm doing great. I mean, no one cares about how we are here. We know that.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. I don't know why I said that.
Well, you know what? That's the whole thing. And when you, an old interview guy said, one of the things when you do an interview, you should never say, how are you? You just say, welcome. Thanks for coming on the show. Because when you say, how are you? What if the guy says, oh, terrible? You know, like, what do you do, right? You know, you're supposed to maybe be just let it open kind of generically, if you want to say that. Anyway,
well,
we'll
keep it generic.
Yeah, we haven't spoken for a while. Paul, did you recharge your batteries and everything after like a really, really hectic summer and early fall for all the basketball stuff, the 3X and everything that was on here at the mall? Maybe because we haven't talked about things since then. Did you get a chance to recharge the old batteries a little bit?
The old batteries are recharged and ready to start firing again. So yeah, I did. I took some time. My family took some time after, like you said, a very, very busy but extremely successful 3x3 event at West Edmonton Mall. It really was marvelous, and but very taxing, and had a lot of wonderful people work very hard. Great basketball, fantastic crowds. We showed well globally, so a lot of great things that we took from it, and now have taken the time to get ready for the next chapter.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that next chapter even starts with little things that we cover in basketball, things like the WNBA playoffs. I was watching some highlights from Vegas and Seattle here this morning that were on in studio. What have you made so far of the WNBA playoffs?
Well, first of all, for the WNBA this season, I think the injuries to Caitlin Clark raised a lot of question marks about what would the impact be, Kevin, on the league if Caitlin Clark isn't playing in terms of attendance and viewership. And the best way I could describe it is that even though Caitlin Clark missed over half the season, the jet fuel that she pumped into the tanks last year for interest and excitement about the WNBA seemed to hold. Yeah. Because the numbers were actually even or up a bit in terms of viewership and attendance. That's exciting to see that kind of foothold be established for the league. So going into the playoffs, there's a lot of interest in it. Mm-hmm. I think if you have to point to a team that does have Canadian content on it, that is the clear-cut favorite early on, it is the Minnesota Lynx. Bridget Carlson plays for them out of Ontario, Chatham, Ontario. Longtime national team member. The Lynx are the most balanced, strongest, most solid team in the league, it would appear at this juncture. But you saw a very good team today. The Aces are very good, even though they got upset. They're still a team to be reckoned with. Probable MVP Asia Wilson, once again, who's a dominant figure in the league. So overall, the league's in better shape than it's been. It'll be interesting to see where the numbers actually come out, whether the league made money this year or not. But good start to the playoffs, certainly good excitement.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, Paul, but for a guy like me, I notice the noisy stuff. Like I notice the stuff where the WNBA players, they say, well, we want to get paid. And, like even Caitlin Clark is making whatever, 75, 80,000 a year, whatever it is, makes way more in endorsements, obviously, and things like that. Those are the things that I notice. And maybe, am I wrong to say that I'm not sure that the league is growing the way people want it to grow? Is that a crazy statement, Paul?
Not a crazy statement at all. I think it's perplexing. I think the WNBA is perplexing, Kevin, because you've got all of this attention being showered on this league. Again, going back largely due to Caitlin Clark starting it, the league trying to find more mass in terms of its overall impact about the game itself. But the sideline issues, which are big issues, still come to the forefront. And I think, like you're saying, for a fan like yourself, you see those things like, how can you be in a major league getting this much attention and have women making that small amount of money relative to the professional sports world? And yet, on the flip side, what will often be pointed to is that even though last year was, quote unquote, a record year for the WNBA, the league still lost $40 million. Now, here's my counter to that. When you're talking about NBA ownership and NBA revenues, $40 million is a drop in the bucket. I mean, that's less than a lot of, most of the superstars make in a year. So I look at it as an excuse. And I think that's really what people are looking for. You want parity you want it to be earned, but you want it to be real as well. And so far in the WNBA, I get the feeling that the NBA is trying to stave off having to pay these women higher salaries. Because a lot of these women, I mean, we're talking Caitlin Clark makes $75,000. Well, what does the 10th person on the bench, because they only carry rosters of 10, what does that person make?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a living. That's why a lot of the players have to go overseas after the WNBA season in order to be able to make money. And then there's this new unrivaled 3-on-3 league that Brianna Stewart and I forget her partner's name started up, which is a 3-on-3 league that pays better than the WNBA. That's cropped up as well. So it's uneven, it's paradoxical, and I think over the next couple of years, hopefully we start seeing some sunlight in terms of women being paid more and the league getting more solid footing.
Paul Sir with us on Sports 1440. Hey, the Toronto Raptors breaking camp not too far from here. This is great for basketball in Alberta. They're going to have camp at the end of the month here in Calgary. Would you even be going down to attend something like this, Paul?
I don't think so. Basketball, I've seen a lot of basketball camps and it would be fun, but I'm not that big of a fan of Calgary. I'm joking, but
that's awesome.
I'm salty. No. But it's great that they're reaching out. It's great that they'll be in Alberta, that people, especially young people, will have a chance to go and watch them practice. So that the outreach to be Canada's team that the Raptors are making is great for the sport. Where the Raptors will be this year, I think, most of the pundits think it remains to be seen. How can this odd set of pieces fit together? And it's not only the changes in the roster, Brandon Ingram, for instance, actually being healthy, quickly being healthy, Pirtle, a traditional 5-man in the middle who cannot shoot a three. How are all these pieces going to fit together? Plus, you have the big front office change with Masai Ujiri no longer being there and Bobby Webster being put into his place. So the Raptors are a question mark, and I think a lot of people feel it could be better than expected. But right now, people are picking them to be either a low-end playoff team or a play-in team at the end of the year. And hopefully for Canadian fans, that we're pleasantly surprised they stay healthy and they perform better than that.
Well, when you talk about health, Paul, Emmanuel Quickly, I think that has to be the front row centerpiece of this organization moving forward. because, when they acquired him, he just hasn't been healthy. But how big of a piece can this guy be with this team moving forward?
If he's healthy, he could be a real big piece. I mean, the Raptors went all in to get him from the Knicks, and once they got him, they immediately upped his contract. So they really believe this guy could be something special. But as you say, Kevin, you got to be on the court in order to do that. We always know in sport that injuries is the X factor that every team, every organization has to deal with. Yeah. Certainly, that's been the Raptors' case. When you have a year like last year, where quickly Ingram aren't on the court for any meaningful periods of time at all. So hopefully, quickly, who's explosive, he's a shooter, he can score, he can find other people and make them better. He could be a real instrumental part of this organization, like I referred to in my other remarks, being better than expected this year.
How would you assess how quickly and Scotty Barnes can or would or will feed off each other?
Well, it'll be interesting. I think this is a pivotal year for finding out who Scotty Barnes is as a player. Is he a franchise player? Is he a 25 a game player? Or is he an 18 a game player or a 20 a game player? Like, is he truly that I'm not saying he has to be a superstar yet because he's still very young, but is he capable of breaking into that echelon of superstardom? And the pick and roll, for instance, with he and Quickly, like two really crafty guys, high skill levels, high basketball IQs. Barnes is, as we know, also a very good passer as well as a good scorer. So that could be a very dynamic pair for the Raptors. Now, let's see when the season starts, because like I said, with Barnes, some games he looks like a world beater and then he just evaporates in the next game. So you really have to see is Scotty Barnes. To me, it's like Scotty Barnes is 1 and Quickly is 1A in terms of their impact this year, because I think those two really have to be the dynamic heart and soul of this team to make that breakthrough that we're looking for.
Paul Sure with us on Sports 1440. Hey, our old buddy Husks texted in, Paul.
All right. Hi, Husks.
KK, wondering if Mr. Sir thinks Joel Embiid will play more than 55 games. I don't think so, he says, especially since he does not plan on playing back-to-back games. Bad time to be a Sixers fan. That's from Husk. What do you think, Paul?
Bad time to be a Sixers fan is absolutely right, Husk. I mean, what a train wreck, the process, all that nonsense that you heard for years and years. A real quick aside, and I'll come back to the point. A couple of weeks ago, the Alberta Basketball Association held its 50th anniversary banquet over at the Expo Center, and the guest speaker was John Stockton, who missed about a dozen games in 20 years in his career in the NBA, and has been quite outspoken about load management and injuries and players not playing with, bumps and bruises. That doesn't necessarily apply to Joel Embiid, but if you're a Sixers fan, 55 would be a miracle for Joel Embiid this year. I totally agree with Husk. It's a terrible time to be a Sixers fan. They are just reeling, and a lot of it comes down to Embiid's health, and you always have to then question what Embiid has been doing in the off seasons, or is he just one of those injury plagued big guys? And that very well might be the case. You don't want to cut into his character too much, because if he has, problems that are just part of being that big, well, that's just Mother Nature being cruel. So, but yeah, I wouldn't count on too many titles. They're not going to be hoisting a banner in Philadelphia.
Am I missing anything here, Paul, that you wanted to get to before we wrap things up?
Oh, we have to touch on Kawhi Leonard.
Well, sure. Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, Kawhi, my gosh, what a strange man. Kawhi Leonard. What a weird dude. He comes to Toronto, wins a championship, goes to Swiss Chalet while he's here and hangs out and does all this stuff, then goes to LA. And it turns out he must have a lot of relatives that want to make a lot of money as fast as they can. And they're doing these weird side deals, and uncles are involved. And there's talk. I mean, if this is all true, and man, oh man, if it isn't true, I think a lot of people will be surprised. But you're not making enough money with the contracts you're getting, that you got to get $28 million from some out of business organization and not do anything. I mean, it's so weird. So the worst outcome of this could be is that Kawhi Leonard's contract would be negated.
Yeah.
And that would be interesting. That would be really interesting. But the NBA has a scandal on its hands. Depending on the evidence and the outcomes, it's going to be interesting about how gutsy they are in their willingness to address this. If it's true, clear-cut violation by Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, and he's a weirdo he's an odd duck in and of himself. Boy, that's a nut job with a lot of money. and finding a way to pay this guy, why? What's Kawhi going to do? Where's he going to go? The guy is just such an odd duck, and to have this kind of controversy going into the regular season is really fascinating. So I'm curious because, again, I go back to the Timberwolves history. 30 years ago, they drafted a non-impact player named Joe Smith, and they did some shady stuff to try to get and keep him. And it ruined the franchise for literally decades. Now, what are they going to do about Kawhi?
You know what they say, Paul? Sometimes the tent isn't big enough for the circus.
Yes. The elephants and lions are definitely running around unchecked inside the tent. That's for sure.
Always enjoy our chats, Paul. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. Take care. We'll talk soon as the season starts, and you guys will be getting rolling here again too, I assume. So.
You bet.
Yeah,
you bet.
That's Paul Sir from the Basketball Show. Our headliner of the day brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, getting snakes deep and giving 110% day in and day out. For all your plumbing needs, go to mrrooter.ca, your top defense pairing against leaks. That's mrrooter.ca. When we come back, we'll get to some open time, some text. Stan Bowman's going to be speaking to the media at some point. I think it's going to be closer to 9 when it's all said and done. But he'll be speaking to the media in the Hall of Fame room. A lot of the Oilers interviews after fitness testing, medicals are going to be done just outside the locker room. So the difference is that you can't really go live from there unless you got a thing called old Gero, but that's not going to be happening. We will be able to go live with Stan inside the Hall of Fame room. So. That's all coming up. And David Schlemko, top of the hour. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne on Sports 1440, and we're streaming on X and YouTube.
That's the sound of the Harley you've been dreaming about. And this is the sound of opportunity knocking, and it's coming from Harley-Davidson of Edmonton.
Our end-of-season sale is on, and we're clearing the floor with unbelievable prices on a huge selection of pre-owned bikes. This is your moment to own the legend.
Find your dream machine at Harley-Davidson of Edmonton on the Yellowhead Trail. Locally owned and operated by the Kent family and celebrating 45 years.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique family-owned independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Yeah, can I get yes. A common reaction from a veggie lover. Always scanning, searching, longing. But wait, what is this we see? The new McVeggie. Now at McDonald's.
God said, I need somebody to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, go to town, and stay all night at a meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. We are so thankful God made a farmer. For the month of September, it is our goal to feed 500 families. With every vehicle sold, we will feed a family of 4. So please help us reach our goal. Visit us online at northgategm.com.
At Fountain Tire, you can save $50 off tire storage with the purchase of 4 select tires now until September 30th at participating locations. Okay. Or you could squeeze them into your backseat, possibly causing upholstery damage, drive them home, struggle, sweating buckets trying to get them out of your vehicle, resulting in you feeling guilty for not going to the gym more often, or at all. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. Totally up to you.
Definitely $50 off the tire storage.
You got it. Book your appointment today at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Start your day with a blast of sports. Kevin Karius, along with Brandon Douglas, brings the fire, the fun, and the fearless takes. Weekdays, 7 to 11. Text Kevin, 883-401-1440. Mornings with Sports 1440.
Prepare for the pulse-pounding excitement of Indian relay races. This is the original extreme sport. 3 teams, 1 wild season, and they're all chasing glory.
To be successful, it can't ride safe.
Horse Warriors. It's on Thursday nights on APTN TV. You're gonna love it.
At Fountain Tire, we're fluent in saving you money.
Fluent?
Yes, we've mastered the language of deals. Like right now, you can save up to 25% off select tires and up to $125 off a set of 4 select Goodyear tires. Plus, $50 off $150 service when you buy those tires. All until October 18th.
I'm sorry, I don't speak deals.
Spend less, save more when you buy round black things from us.
Oh, got it.
Restrictions apply. Book your appointment online today. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Farm, ranch, acreage, or lake lot. They're here to help at Bashaw Concrete Products. Family owned and operated for 60 years. They continue to provide the best products and service, period. Call now for your free quote on the highest quality ready mix and gravel, a new septic tank, or an outhouse pad and tank, plus precast cattle water pads, garage sumps, and more. Call 780-372-3854 for prompt delivery. Bashaw Concrete Products, 780-372-3854.
and Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:45 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you on Sports 1440. We've got Sam the Record Man and Josh Fenwick also in studio with us here at West Edmonton Malls, and we're streaming on YouTube and on X as well. Hey, Sports Central bike drive's going on, and we're really proud to be a partner with Sports Central. It's the 3rd annual bike drive. So we've been going at this for a couple of weeks now. Week number 1, there was 161 bikes. Week number 2, 109 bikes. The goal is 1,000 bikes and gently used bikes that need minor repairs. They take them down to the shop there at Sports Central. The volunteers put them together, and they get these bikes ready to go for the kids by spring. Anyway, Sports Central has been donating like between 300 and 500 bikes every month for kids age 4 to 17, but you get a helmet too as well, and it gives the kids something. You know, when you have a bike and you got to take care of it, it gives you that sense of pride. It gives you everything. Anyway, so we'll be doing, I guess, week number 3 this Saturday from the locations, basically the Fountain Tire locations in, West Edmonton, Londonderry, Atchison, Beaumont, and Riverbend. Also at United Sport and Cycle on Gateway there, and then Bonnie Doon Shopping Center. So we'll be starting to do week number 3 here on the 20th. Like to get 1,000. We're just short of 300 right now. So if we can maybe pick up the pace, that would be great if our listeners can help out. The most requested bike size are for kids about 6 to 12, 20 to 24-inch wheels, and everybody likes the mountain bikes, obviously the BMX and things like that. So if you can help out Sports Central, Spec's done so much work for Sports Central with his golf tournament over the years. Gene Principe too, so much work. And the kids, it's for the kids, and that's the main thing for sure. Got to talk to the Duke of Delburne here about Monday Night Football because Duke was off on Tuesday. Here we got Thursday Night Football. I don't know what the spread's going to be tomorrow night. I believe you get first pick on tomorrow night. Is that correct? Buffalo, Miami. I think you get first pick.
No, it's you because you took the Chargers and then I took the Texans.
So I took the Chargers. You took the Texans. Quick math. That's a win and a win.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a total of 6-2 on the year.
Yeah.
Which leads to the next question from our text line, Montana to Rice. Duke, honest assessment of CJ Stroud through 2 weeks after what you saw. And I texted you, Duke, on Monday night. I texted you jokingly. And the text was, CJ Stroud looks worse than JJ McCarthy right now.
Yeah.
And that hurt you. That hurt you, didn't it?
That just wasn't true. Quite simply.
Oh, baby, it was true.
Yeah, my honest assessment would be he missed a couple throws, but I take bigger issue with some of the play calling, particularly when it's 2nd and goal from the 1.
Okay.
You tried running it once, didn't work. You didn't have a ton of success running the ball all night. That's fine. But the 2 play calls that he had, it's not like they were wide open receivers that he just missed on those plays. Did he miss some guys at other points? Yeah, sure. That happens. My concern about the team is so less on CJ Stroud than it is around other parts of the offense, especially the offensive line. I thought they played a little bit better, granted against a less potent defensive front in what Tampa Bay possesses compared to that of the LA Rams. The run game, essentially non-existent before Nick Chubb scored the go-ahead touchdown, which there is an argument to be made the Buccaneers let them score in order to get the ball back with enough time and their timeouts intact.
Yeah.
Before that, they were running it like a 2-yard per carry clip between the couple guys. So I am concerned. My solace, and I'll hold on to this, is in the form of you're 0-2, but your 2 losses are against defending division champions, playoff teams, good teams that are going to be in the playoffs again this year. Now, it's worse because the Colts have started 2-0.
I know. They played Tennessee, Duke, too.
I was staring down that barrel going into Monday night saying, I cannot believe that the Texans are probably going to be 0-2. I know I took them to cover 2.5 points. That's a pick you have to make when it's your team. I fully expect them to lose that game. I did. The Bucs are a really good team.
What if they go into Jacksonville and lose and go 0-3 here, Duke?
Then I will officially cancel the season.
You will?
Yeah.
Really?
So the rate is teams that start 0-2 only make the playoffs about 9% of the time.
Okay, but that may have changed since they added the game, though, no?
Well, it's if that's the total statistics. But it's like if we're talking about in the past couple of years, has that number started to skew to a higher percentage? Yeah, maybe. I don't have those figures. But keep in mind, a number of years ago, the Texans actually started 0-3. And then won, I think it was 9 in a row. They won the division. They made the playoffs. Probably lost the wild card game, knowing them. 0-3 will be tough. The 0-3 will be tough, but the AFC, I think, is much more top heavy than the NFC, and you can probably still get in with like a 9-7 record. Or sorry, 9-8 record.
9-8. Yeah, that's just bad.
Listen, it's not feeling super good.
It's sad.
The receiver group. It's basically like throw it to Nico Collins and pray. Dalton Schultz has been quietly effective, but I'm not ready to totally write it off yet.
That's too bad, dude. Anyway, we'll have to do our pick for tomorrow. I don't know what the early line here. It's got to be double digits, or what are we looking at? Is it 10, 9.5?
Right now, let's just pull it up. And once again, I'm just using ESPN for convenience sake. At the moment, I have Bills minus 11.5. That is steep.
It is, yeah. Text line 833-401-1440. We talked about the WNBA for a couple of minutes. Derek texted in and said, please stop talking about women's basketball. That's too bad you can't expand your horizon a little bit, Derek. This is from a guy that texted in 14 days ago and said, I realize you guys are an Edmonton sports station and you need to promote the E, the Elks, but there's no chance that the Elks beat the Stampeders on Saturday. They're not even close to a caliber of team as them. That's from Derek. Now, let me just go back. I believe that the Edmonton Elks soundly defeated the Stampeders that day, Derek. So I guess there was a chance. Speaking of the Edmonton Elks, back to practice here to get ready for this weekend's game in Hamilton. It's a team that is banged up. I mean, we saw Nick Anderson maybe re-injure something. Maybe it's something else. They say it's a hip right now. Did not partake in day one of practice yesterday. Also, we saw Royce Mechie leave the game in a boot. Achilles, did not practice. Jared Brinkman, this is yesterday too. Shoulder, foot, did not practice. Brock Mogensen, the linebacker, was limited. And then Josiah Shackle was full, so was Jalen Williams, a full participant. But Nick Anderson, I mean, he just returned for that one game again in Toronto, and now we'll see if he's good to go or maybe he is not good to go coming up for this big game in Hamilton. I mean, we're past a must-win situation here. If you look at the CFL writers and the guys that are the so-called experts, there isn't one of them across the country that have picked Edmonton to beat Hamilton this weekend. We talked about it with Eddie on Monday, and Duke had it as an in or out topic. Again, I'm being honest. I think that game against Toronto, that was the killer. For them not to come out and win that game, stay at 5-8, BC 6-7, Winnipeg 6-7. Now the injuries continue to mount. I just don't know. I'm saying they can't get in now. That was the game they needed to win. They needed to have that game. They led all game. Turnovers. They win the turnover battle, not just like 3-2 or something like that, 6-1. But they give up a turnover late in the game, results in a touchdown, and then a field goal to end the game as time expires. Derek says, well played, KK. Well played. Thanks for listening, Derek. Appreciate it. Yeah, but I just had to go back and look at that text. And it's always good to have a little conversation. Is it not, Derek? Is it not? Appreciate you listening. Thanks a lot. 8:55 in Edmonton. Top of the hour, we got David Schlemko coming in for Cougar Paint and Collision. We will go in or out with Schlemmer at some point. Have you seen anything with Stan Bowman, Duke, taking the?
So
podium?
I'm in the stream right now.
Yeah.
It is yet to start. I've just got the Oilers Plus logo with the little graphic floating back and forth, some background music playing. So it has yet to begin. Yeah, officially.
I said I thought it was going to be after 9, but we'll see how that goes. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Harley Davidson of Edmonton on Yellowhead Trail. It's locally owned and operated by the Kent family. And how long they've been in business? Well, almost a half century. The Kent family's run the show here for Harley Davidson of Edmonton for 45 big years. Check them out, Harley Davidson of Edmonton on Yellowhead Trail. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Toronto Blue Jays rattle off their 6th win in a row last night, defeating the Rays 6-5 from Tampa, Florida. Nathan Lucas, Joey Loperfido homering in the victory. Some tough news for the team, however, as they announced shortstop Bo Bichette will be out the remainder of the regular season with a sprained left knee, hoping to get Bichette back come playoff time. Elsewhere around the majors yesterday, the Tigers lose to the Guardians 7-5 in an extra. Mets beat the Padres 8-3. Red Sox fall into the Athletics 2-1. Yankees just hold on to beat the Twins 10-9. And the Seattle Mariners, they topped the Royals 12-5. Cal Raleigh homering twice in the victory, pushing him ahead of Mickey Mantle for single season leaders in home runs by a switch hitter. WNBA playoffs last night. The Fever beat the Dream 77-60. That series now even at 1 game apiece. And Seattle topping the Aces 86-83. That matchup also tied at 1 game each. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Kristen Shilton from the NHL on ESPN and our Wednesday co-host, former NHL defenseman David Schlemko. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Center. TNA Wrestling makes its explosive debut at the Expo Center on Friday, September 26th and Saturday, September 27th for back-to-back nights. Buy your tickets online today. Learn more about what's happening at the Expo Center by visiting the calendar of events online at edmontonexpocenter.com today.
Mr. Rooter goes for a fall stroll. Ah, the beauty of fall. These leaves are crunchier than that calcified shower head I replaced this morning. And the earthy yellow oranges and browns are as colorful as the wad of hair I pulled out of the shower drain.
Ugh, Mr. Rooter, can we talk about something else?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you didn't like fall. You look about as sour as the sewer line I unclogged yesterday.
For a plumber you'll truly fall for, call Mr. Rooter.
Want some good news? St. Albert Dodge is holding the biggest sale of the year on their in-stock Ram 1500 Sports. Every single one on the lot is discounted by a whopping $14,000. Yeah, 14 grand. And St. Albert Dodge has the best selection in Alberta. Over 90 Ram 1500 Sports to choose from with great packages, including the Night Edition and GT models, all $14,000 off the ticket price. Get down there and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9. Check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
At jackpotcity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 500 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net and get treated as a VIP 24/7. So visit jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot City, a whole world of casino games. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. This is not a gambling website.
It's time to rev up your engines at the Finning Sales Event, Tuesday, September 23rd. Take advantage of event exclusives and score big with 0% financing. Demo the latest Cat heavy-duty equipment as they celebrate 100 years. Plus, you can pick up your perk with every equipment purchase, $2,000 in additional discounts or free select attachments. Big machines, big savings, big fun. That's Tuesday, September 23rd. Edmonton Finning, 10910 170th Street Northwest.
Take your skating to the next level with Aligned Custom Skate Performance Sherwood Park. Their expert alignment process ensures the perfect fit for that much-needed edge on the ice. Suddenly, your skates feel like an extension of yourself. Whether it's blade alignment, pressure points in your boot, or a fresh sharpening, Aligned Custom Skate Performance has you covered. Book an appointment, experience the difference, and discover why they're trusted by hockey pros and podium champions. Aligned Custom Skate Performance, where precision meets passion. AlignedSkate.com.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
Welcome back to the big program. 9:01 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you on Wednesday morning on Sports 1440. Let's bring in our Wednesday co-host from 9 to 11, David Schlemko, the former NHLer, powered by Cougar Paint and Collision, our family helping your family for over 40 years. Check them out at cougarcollision.com. Morning, Schlemmer.
Morning, Kev.
Yeah, I thought I might see you at your old stomping grounds, the Glendale yesterday.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Had to work.
Oh, man.
I didn't get the invite for the old OEG event.
Well, I was over at K97 with I do the daily hit with Evans, and he's
I listen to it all the time.
He goes, well, how come I wasn't invited to this? And I'm like, I go, and you know what, like how Terry Evans explains this, he explains it like he should be invited.
Yeah,
like he really sincerely thinks that he should have been there yesterday.
He believes it. He's willing it for next year.
Yeah, but so anyway, and sometimes like Evans is a guy that needs to be put in his place sometime. I've known him for 30 some years. Whatever.
Isn't he a pretty good golfer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it depends.
From how he talks on the radio, anyway, he's pretty good.
Well, what did he say? Okay, we were talking about I had a shot yesterday. He said, "Well, nice too." Whatever. Well, we were golfing years ago, and again, he jarred one from about 50, 60 yards out, jarred it, it bounces out of the hole and lands like 2 inches from the pin.
Yeah.
And says, well, I'm taking that because it was in. I said, it's not in. So anyway, I've
heard this story before.
Exactly.
People don't forget.
No, they don't. And anyway, so, I said, I'm going to give him a shot this morning. So I said, no, this is for media, not DJs.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is for media that covers the team. Yeah, not disc jockeys.
How did that one sit?
He didn't like it.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, he wasn't happy. Neither was Pete Panotsky either, for that matter. But oh well. But it was fun yesterday. Got to golf with Peter Aubry.
Nice.
Said that a couple times. The new Oilers goaltending coach, spec golf with Paul McFarland.
Cool.
Yeah, new assistant coach, and was saying that his son is a pretty good ball player.
Oh, really?
He's down in Okotoks at the baseball academy. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought, and it's just you see these guys in a different light. I guess you could say it's very informal. They don't do anything. But I did mention something about Chris Knobloch and what he said yesterday. I wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Sure.
Because it was it struck me, and it sort of went. I'm going to remember this for tomorrow, even though like we're not supposed to really talk about it because again, it's sort of off the record.
Yeah.
But what Chris did say, he said, going back to 2 years ago when they won won the Western Conference Final and went to the Stanley Cup, Schlemmer, and they were 1 goal away from sending Game 7 in overtime. So that offseason, I mean, I couldn't imagine how crushed a team would be, and when they got back, their whole focus was getting back. And then when they came back, like for this. For the fall for camp, their whole focus was about getting back to where they were.
Right.
And I think in not as many words, he said maybe the team didn't enjoy the journey enough.
Oh, really?
So maybe if you can think about how that would affect the player and go that you're so consumed with the fact that you were 1 goal away again from sending Game 7 to overtime, and that your whole off season and then even the regular season and playoffs to get back to where you were. And, and he never said this word, but it's about the journey, not the destination.
Yeah.
So, I mean, get your thoughts on being a pro and
that's probably a great observation, honestly. I mean, I think you could see it with the way they came out of the gates last year and the regular season as well. Right. Yeah. I don't know. It kind of reminds me of going back to junior. My first year junior, I was in a Medicine Hat, and the team had made the finals and won the league and went to the Mem Cup. And I remember sitting in the room before our first regular season game. I was a rookie and so nervous, and like a lot of the older guys were just kind of like, screw this. Can we get to playoffs already? I could kind of see like a lot of the Oilers vets kind of feeling the same way a little bit.
And then I likened it, and I watched some Blue Jays interviews last night, and it was Nathan Lucas, and he said, "Well, I mean, we just have fun here every day."
I watched that too.
There you go. So I know it's different. The season's twice as long. You're playing every day, and you got to win to have fun too. It's sort of like that.
But not every team that's winning is having fun. And I think I said this on the air like 3 or 4 weeks ago about the Blue Jays is they just look like they're having fun together.
Yeah. And you might have said it about the Oilers last year.
True.
Something to the effect of, even if they are winning, there's something seeming to have fun. And I get, because it's such a results driven business and everyone wants this team to finally win a Stanley Cup.
Of course.
It's just so hard.
Naturally.
It's so hard. Hey, Duke of Delburne, you give me a little nod there. So Stan Bowman's addressing the meeting.
He's speaking right now. We can kind of rewind it and play it because the first question, as people would expect about an update on the extension status, we could, if we wanted to jump to that.
Why don't you rack that up? And when you got it ready to rack up, because that's the one thing that people want to hear.
Yeah.
So,
it's if we wanted to, like, it's ready to go from the start.
Let's do that right now. Let's get Stan for a couple minutes, because that's the question that was asked last night from this little get together. And I'm sure that's what people want to hear Stan address. And that was just moments ago down at Rogers.
Okay. Well, you've kind of talked a little bit about Connor McDavid and his contract situation. I guess we'll start maybe an update. And the other thing I guess I would ask is, do you have to make a sales pitch to him at this point? What are the conversations like? Because we're kind of taking the money out of it, we think. So what are the conversations like in trying to get him back?
I think the conversations with Connor are always more, I wouldn't say it's a sales pitch as much as just a dialogue when he has questions, or I don't want to get into what we talk about, but I think it's more free-flowing conversations. Like I've gotten to know him now. I've been here for a year, and I feel like we can just sit down and talk hockey or talk about things that are on his mind, things about the current team or the future team. And I've done that not just recently, but also throughout the last season. Like I find he's got a real good pulse on the team as well. I mean, as the leader and the captain, I think he has thoughts on things, and I want to understand that so that I can, kind of working together on it. So I would say it's not so much a sales pitch as it is just a conversation, and it goes in a bunch of different directions usually.
Like the conversations are more about the next year's team than they are even this year?
Well, it's a blend of that. I would say he does ask me about like where do I envision things, so that's a part of it. We talk about this year too. We talked about what did we do well last year, what do we think we could change or should change. So I would say it's not limited to just one thing, but it does definitely touch on future.
Have an update on Zach Hyman as we head toward camp and into the season here?
No, I don't. I think we're doing the medicals and stuff today. I'm sure we'll get an announcement out at some point, but I know he's doing well in his rehab. As far as his timeline, though, I don't have that yet.
Hey, Stan, how confident are you that you will get something, Connor, and what gives you that confidence?
Well, I just go by what Connor says, which is he wants nothing more than to win in Edmonton. So, I take him at his word. He's going through his own process, and I think you have to understand that and respect it. And I do. And when he's ready, he'll be ready. So, I realize that's on everyone's mind in the media and the fans, and it's on our mind too. But it's one of those things where we've had multiple conversations, and he's been very consistent with what he's been saying to the media as well as to myself. And so we just kind of go with it from there.
And I want to ask you about the salary cap increasing, and it looks like it'll go from 95 to 100, 113, maybe 120. How does that present the problem with a long-term contract when you have a number, and then that number could increase for a player like Connor who's eligible to get 20% of the cap?
Right. I mean, when I talk to Connor, I've never gotten the impression that he's really focused on money. Like, that's not. So it may be, but I'm just saying when I talk to him, I just don't get that impression that he's he's all about winning. He never talks about I need to make this much money. So, I mean, the cap is going up, which I think is it's great for our league. It shows that the league is healthy and the revenues are growing, and when that happens, salaries escalate. How that exactly relates to Connor, he would be in a better position to answer that one than me. But I think it's obviously better than the cap flatlining or going down. So, yeah.
That's Stan Bowman, Oilers general manager, speaking to the media moments ago. I mean, what do you take away? It's the same sort of
the whole lot of nothing.
It's the same thing. It's more again. I trust his word. He says I trust his word that he wants to win in Edmonton. And again, it's I sort of said it earlier, Schlemmer, about looking past this year. And the question again, that's Daniel Nugent Bowman and Derek Van Diest, by the way, asking those questions.
Did you get a chance to see Connor's interview with Elliot Friedman?
Yes. Yeah.
So like for me, like his dialogue has changed just a little bit, even before that, could be long term, could be short term, could be no term, the no term thrown in there. And then I'm watching that interview last night, and he says he wants to win in Edmonton, and that is his focus for 25, 26, right? He never mentions beyond this season. Yeah. So I don't know. It does. Like, it worries me a little bit. I mean, we've said it on this show plenty of times. Where is he going to go that he has a better chance to win right now? I don't know, but like, why is it taking this long? Like, you got to think that maybe he's or his agent, or I don't know, somehow quietly kicking some tires to see what could possibly happen somewhere else. I don't know.
If things, and again, we touched on this earlier, if things exceed past whatever point this is, and it could be January, maybe, and if there isn't anything done here in November, December, January, whatever pick your date, as a management team, as an ownership group, there has to be a point where they say to him, here's the deal. What deal do you want?
Right.
Is it 2 years? We'd like it 3, 4, whatever it is. But if you're not signing anything until you think your contract's expiring, sorry, we can't get to that stage.
Can't do it.
No.
That's I don't know. It's a very unique situation, negotiation.
And it's funny, like everyone said, well, you got to be patient, but that's the fan. Everyone wants the media, the team. You can see the team. It's that feeling. It's getting to the team where they want to see this done already too. How would you handle it as a player, as a teammate?
That's I don't know, man. It's the best player in the world. I've never played with anyone that good.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm sure there is a level of respect for him in that room, but that's also the guy that if you have a chance at winning, like, you're going to need that guy. So I'm sure every player in that room is waiting for him to sign on that dotted line as well.
Stan says, and that was the question, is it a sales pitch or what are you doing here? It's not a sales pitch, Stan Bowman said, just conversations. Also what we did last year, what we can change, Bowman said. He was also asked about other discussions with other players because, they're not going to sign other players until you sign Connor, I would think. Because those guys want to know too.
And even anyone that they do sign, if Connor's going to be around, he's going to be part of that plan. I think that's been made pretty obvious by now.
Yeah. Tons more to break down on that. Text, as you can imagine, 833-401-1440. They are coming in. I gave Derek a little shot about women's basketball, but Derek came back and said, hey, Canada's women's rugby team is in the semis this week, setting up a final against England in the final of the World Cup.
Right on.
That's massive.
That is
massive. Jen Kish she's from Edmonton, used to play on the national team, did many interviews with her. She's been on the show. Remarkable that this team is in that category with all the big teams.
That's wicked.
That is unreal.
Top 4 in the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and hey, they can get there, man. They can get there. So, maybe we'll look at Jen Kish here, Duke, moving forward here in the next couple of days too. I'll see if I can get a hold of her. When we come back, we will check in with Kristen Shilton. We'll obviously discuss a little more with Connor McDavid with Kristen. around the NHL. Kristen with the NHL on ESPN. We'll also have Bruce McGregor on, and Shane, what you talking about, Willis? Maybe Duke will push back in or out and go with in or out at 10:20-ish and be able to do Shane in the last segment, as you said. So when we come back, Kristen Shilton, the NHL on ESPN, Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, and David Schlemko with you on Sports 1440. We're streaming on YouTube and X.
I'm a little hungry.
I've got booster balls from Booster Juice.
Booster what now?
Booster balls. They're little protein bites packed with nutrients. Chewy, crunchy, yummy, and new flavors all the time. Like this little guy. The new mint chocolate booster ball, peppermint cocoa, coconut, peanut butter, maple syrup, all rolled up into a delightful little bite-sized snack.
Why am I just hearing about this now?
I don't know.
Can I have one?
No.
Booster Juice, Canadian born, blending since 1999.
At Fountain Tire, get up to 25% off select tires, up to $125 off a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, and $50 off $150 service until October 18th. Restrictions apply. Book today. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
A new Edmonton Oil Kings season hits different.
After a cruel summer, hockey is back at Rogers Place. This Saturday at 4, it's the Oil Kings home opener against the Red Deer Rebels.
Family fun that's second to none with Calmont Kids food combos for $10 or less.
Shake it off with a post-game concert from Canada's #1 Swiftie tribute artist, plus bracelet making on the concourse.
The Edmonton Oil Kings are Edmonton's first choice for family entertainment. Home openers Saturday at 4.
Great seats at Rogers Place start at only $20 at oilkings.ca.
Your all-access pass to the world of sports is Edmonton's only sports radio station.
From pre- and post-game hockey shows to in-depth analysis from your favorite commentators, the action never stops on Sports 1440.
Farm, ranch, acreage, or lake lot. They're here to help at Bashaw Concrete Products. Family owned and operated for 60 years. They continue to provide the best products and service, period. Call now for your free quote on the highest quality ready mix and gravel, a new septic tank, or an outhouse pad and tank, plus precast cattle water pads, garage sumps, and more. Call 780-372-3854 for prompt delivery. Bashaw Concrete Products, 780-372-3854. BashawConcrete.com.
At jackpotcity.net, you can do amazing things with just one casino chip. Discover a world of incredible casino games with over 500 high-quality online slot games, including the world-renowned progressive jackpot slot Mega Moolah. Play for free at jackpotcity.net and get treated as a VIP 24/7. So visit jackpotcity.net today on your tablet, laptop, or mobile. Jackpot City, a whole world of casino games. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. This is not a gambling website.
The Lawnmower Hospital. Finish up the season with the Lawnmower Hospital and Ego, the #1 rated battery-powered platform. Ego lawnmowers are easy to use, powerful, and efficient. Transfer the battery to the pressure washer and clean the house. Don't forget the air blowers for when the leaves fall. Get Ego at the Lawnmower Hospital. Power beyond belief. Visit lawnmowerhospital.com.
We're more than repairs. We're more than mowers. The Lawnmower Hospital.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:20 in Edmonton. So glad you're with us on a Wednesday morning. Time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge. The biggest sale of the year is on right now. Our in-stock Ram 1500 Sports are all discounted by a whopping $14,000. Over 90 of them to choose from, including the Night Edition and the GT models. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. As we welcome back Kristen Shilton from the NHL on ESPN. Good morning, Kristen. You're with Kevin Karius and David Schlemko, the former NHLer. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 again. Really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having.
You know, Kristen, obviously the big news around here is Connor McDavid. I want to just get your thoughts on this from your perspective, where you're located out east and covering the league as a whole. Stan Bowman was just on our show and just on doing a media availability, talking about, Connor's negotiations, what they've been like. he was asked, is it a sales pitch left or what's he been doing? What's the holdup? What does he foresee happening here? But for you, covering the league as a whole, and, we hear all the insiders, give us your take on how you think things are going here.
Well, I mean, that's the $1 million question, literally, for Edmonton is just, ultimately, I thought that what Bowman said today, about how when he talks to McDavid, it's not about money. It's about, taking him at his word that he wants to win in Edmonton. And that seems like it truly is the crux of the negotiation, is that, McDavid can get paid anywhere that he wants to go. He can get paid in Edmonton. They are certainly not, it's not as if they're going to nickel and dime a superstar like that, but it seems to really for him be coming down to, is this a place that long-term I'm going to continue to have the opportunity to win a championship? And there's got to be a sour taste still from back-to-back, cup final losses. And especially when I think he played as well as he did in those opportunities, it's just, you want to feel like as a player, not just that you've had the opportunities, but you're going to continue to have them. And so my kind of read on the situation for him specifically is just, he wants to know that the organization is going to continue to invest in not just him, but the roster as a whole, and that they're going to continue to give, more than what it's taken, obviously, because they've lost twice in a row and they want to get over that hump. So I think that that's probably what, is going to come down to it for him, is if he wants to win in Edmonton. I believe that that's true, but he has to believe, obviously, that the organization is going to continue to make the right decisions that will give him and the team an opportunity to get over that hump.
You know what? It'd be cool to be a fly on the wall and know what McDavid's actually thinking, to get them over the hump. But Kristen, let's jump over to another big negotiation that sounds like it definitely is about the money, and Kirill Kaprizov. Is there a world where this guy ends up signing for more money than McDavid?
That was just one of the craziest, storylines, I think, just to come out. We talked about how the offseason was so quiet in the NHL, and then suddenly, this Kaprizov news was kind of the first big sort of shockwave almost that had come out in a while. And, is it about money? Is it about opportunity? Is this an Artemi Panarin sort of situation from where, he was in a smaller market like Columbus and felt like, I wanted to be, bright lights, big city, wanted to go play, in a place like New York. And, not to say that Minnesota is a small market. They're obviously a passionate, hockey market. You're not going to find a better one. But if Kaprizov is looking for something different, I suppose, is it going to be more money? Like, is there, you think about even going back to think about the John Tavares negotiations from years ago, where, reportedly San Jose Sharks are offering him over $13 million a year, at that time, which was huge. And now you're looking at Kaprizov and what he's accomplished versus what McDavid's accomplished personally or individually and as a team. It's not really on par with what they've done collectively. But it just seems like, is it about the money? Is it about just playing in a bigger market? It's wild to think that he would have turned down, no pun intended, wild, that he would have turned down, that sort of contract and that sort of commitment from Minnesota. But if that's where he wanted to be, it's tough to think that he wouldn't have accepted that sort of offer. So that's one that I guess we'll continue to see shake out. But it's always interesting, some of these negotiations where you think it's about the money, and then it is, but it's also about, I want this amount of money in this particular location. I need both in order to be happy. And obviously Minnesota can only offer him one of the two if that's not the place that he's happy playing.
Kristen Shilton with us, ESPN, NHL on ESPN, Kevin Karius, David Schlemko with you on Sports 1440. How much stock do you put in, Kristen, where we get texters, we get people saying, well, Connor McDavid is going to be the highest paid player. We know that. But how much stock do you put in that people are saying, well, he's waiting for a domino to drop. He's waiting for Kaprizov to sign to see what that contract looks at. Do you think that's just a load of malarkey, or is there some stock to it?
Well, I mean, highest paid, it's all kind of relative now with like the salary cap is going up and obviously going to change the dynamic in a lot of ways because what was once highest paid is now not going to be, that same benchmark. But it's also, you look at, the investment of term as well. And you see some of these players, like look at an Austin Matthews taking a shorter term, higher dollar. Is that something that McDavid would want to do? Is he thinking about, I want to do a max deal? Do I want to do, something shorter for more? Like, there's just highest paid now is a different category, I think, because yes, like obviously there's going to be more money across the board for every team to work with, but it's also players protecting themselves, I think, in the short and long term of just, do I want to invest in this team for however many years, 7 years, 8 years, or do I want to only look at 4 or 5 years and be like a higher paid player over a shorter period of time? So, it's so tough to know because this is going to be after the COVID, the way that the salary cap was sort of hit there for a couple of years and things changed in terms of negotiation. Teams were maybe a little bit more desperate to sign players because they had less money. Now they're going to have more money. So there's a bit more flexibility on the team's part. I think we just have to take that into account as well. And that players, their agents, executives on the team side, everybody's kind of negotiating a different playing field here. So I do think that there's some change that will be inflicted just because of that. And we kind of have to be prepared for it.
Chris, a name that's been flying around a lot around Edmonton lately is Carter Hart. Some rumors that he is looking to sign somewhere in the U.S. Can't say I blame him with all the media attention he's gotten here in Canada, but hearing maybe Vegas, Utah, are there any truth to those rumors?
I think that there's obviously, we've had it confirmed that there's been teams that have inquired about the availability of these players, about whether they, would be able to sign. And obviously they're going to be able to at some point. And I do think that there will be teams that are interested. I do think that there's teams that will take a run of these guys. And, some of those markets that you mentioned, the ones that maybe don't have the same, powerful spotlight, I suppose, as you would see in an Edmonton or a Toronto or, some of those bigger markets in New York, those might be the places that those players are going to feel more comfortable trying to sign. Those might be the teams that are more comfortable signing those guys. But no matter what, it's still going to be a story. It's still going to be something where people are going to follow up and say, yes, these players were not convicted of a crime, but the character that they showed, is that something that you want reflected on your bench, on your roster, in your dressing room? Is that a value of your organization? Those questions are still going to be asked either way. That's just inevitable. How intensely they are asked and how much pressure is put on those players, that will remain to be seen. But, from what Stan Bowman said today, it doesn't sound like that's Edmonton's goal, is to be bringing in a Carter Hart. I don't think Carter Hart would particularly want to deal with the spotlight in Edmonton, given everything. So, it seems like the Oilers are going to stick with their own goaltending for now. But as far as the rest of the league, you could definitely see at least the players getting a chance, whether they stick, whether it's a long-term thing, whether they actually were to play. I guess we would see, but I don't think it's out of the question that they will find a home somewhere.
Stan Bowman said this morning, Kristen, at his media availability, that the Oilers are not looking at all at Carter Hart. So that's a non-starter here. And I agree with Schlemmer, and Mark Spector said it many times, and we've talked about it on this show, that a landing point for maybe some of these guys is in the United States to start, and then who knows what happens down the road. Kristen Shilton, NHL on ESPN, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show. What did you make of the announcement of the captain of the New York Rangers just the other day, Kristen? JT Miller, the next captain of that team, taking over from, I guess, JT Trouba was the last cap. Jacob Trouba, was the last captain. So what do you make of the new captain on Broadway?
Well, I was a bit surprised, just that they would, not that they tapped JT Miller, but just that was a decision that was made for this season. I certainly didn't think that the Rangers needed a new captain. They've had a lot of turnover as it is. They have a new coach coming in, and obviously they've had some, a difficult season last year, and some of their star players struggling in the first or the second half. And, it just seemed like maybe that wouldn't be something that they were as concerned about. But I think that, you took the big swing for Miller. He came in the second half of last year, and obviously the team benefited from that because Abanija definitely benefited from playing with him. And obviously Miller has roots in New York, and he's obviously wants to make a commitment there and wants to help them win. So if that's what's going to help move the needle and kind of turn the page on, that Trouba era that didn't end particularly well for New York or for Trouba specifically, and it's a good thing. It's a voice that I think is a strong one. It's he's made, as I say, that commitment with New York. That's a good player. That's a star. And, you're missing Chris Kreider as well now. That's a member of your leadership group that's gone. And if you're going to implement, a new voice of that caliber into your room, why not give him the responsibility right away and let him run with it? So if that's something Mike Sullivan felt was a priority for the team, to have that, even just that conversation settled, can help as well. So you're not sort of talking about it or thinking about it. And, I think that JT Miller, if he's going to be a key factor in what New York is able to do, and that's a franchise that is very proud, and they're going to want to rebound from what was not a great finish to last year. And if Miller's presence and what he's bringing is going to move the needle there for them, then I think it's a great decision.
Yeah, I mean, I love JT Miller as a player. He's pure blood and guts. A little bit interesting that they give him the C right after kind of everything that happened in Vancouver. But anyways, moving on, just wanted to ask you about a couple RFAs. Luke Hughes and Mason McTavish kind of headlining that crew as high-profile guys. Do you have any updates on them? And maybe what do you see them signing for long-term, short-term? It seems a little bit harder to guess these days.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And again, it goes back to salary cap situation, wondering how, teams are going to continue to navigate that extra money, and then how, what players are asking for, knowing teams are going to have more money into the future. So no real updates. It's just, that the conversations are ongoing, and that's sort of the update that you get internally, externally. And it seems like there's a desire, I think, on the Hughes part for something long term, that you wanted it to be long term at least, previously, and now, it's kind of the same with McTavish, where if it's not happening in the long term, do you start looking short term just to get them into camp, just to get it rolling? Is that something that is of interest? And the last that I heard on Hughes is that it was sort of the term grind being used. It's like they're just, there's details and there's things that, you have to, you go into a negotiation, you talk about it, you take it back to your camp, and then it can be a longer process sometimes when a player and team, maybe they don't agree on everything exactly. And it's just, there's not a lot of momentum. I think that's probably maybe the best way to describe it, is you want to get some momentum going. And as we get closer to the season, that's usually when it starts to happen. But I know that both those teams obviously value those players. They want to see them in camp as soon as possible. Nobody wants to, be missing time. So I would expect that, it's going to get done as quickly as it can, but it's also a matter of these are two, big parts of these teams' futures, and they want to get it right. That's the other thing, is that you want to get the deal right so that both sides are happy, both sides are feeling good, and you don't have anything sort of lingering beyond the season.
Kristen, as always, thanks for our conversations. Really appreciate it. Camp gets underway tomorrow. Season's right around the corner. Here we go again. Thanks for coming on. We'll chat soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
That's Kristen Shilton, the NHL on ESPN. And our game of the day brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where 2025 Jeep Wrangler 1500s have 0% financing for up to 72 months. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts. We're going to change things up a little bit. We'll talk to Bruce McGregor at the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. We'll do in or out at 10:20. And then we've got Shane, what you talking about, Willis, at around 10:40. That's all coming up. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, David Schlemko on Sports 1440. We're streaming on YouTube and X.
Mr. Rooter goes for a fall stroll.
Ah, the beauty of fall. These leaves are crunchier than that calcified shower head I replaced this morning. And the earthy yellow oranges and browns are as colorful as the wad of hair I pulled out of the shower drain.
Ugh, Mr. Rooter, can we talk about something else?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you didn't like fall. You look about as sour as the sewer line I unclogged yesterday.
For a plumber you'll truly fall for. Call Mr. Rooter.
A new Edmonton Oil Kings season hits different.
After a cruel summer, hockey is back at Rogers Place. This Saturday at 4, it's the Oil Kings home opener against the Red Deer Rebels.
Family fun that's second to none with Calmont Kids food combos for $10 or less.
Shake it off with a post-game concert from Canada's #1 Swiftie tribute artist, plus bracelet making on the concourse.
The Edmonton Oil Kings are Edmonton's first choice for family entertainment. Home openers Saturday at 4.
Great seats at Rogers Place start at only $20 at oilkings.ca.
Blue Jays fans, this weekend and every weekend, you can catch Toronto Blue Jays ball games right here on Sports 1440. Ben Schulman provides the play-by-play. You provide the chips and beer. Check out the Blue Jays this weekend on Edmonton's home for sports. Sports 1440.
Looking for an all-season vehicle with room for the hockey gear, comfort for the daily commute, and rugged capability for your weekend adventures? That's the all-new 2025 Jeep Compass, and you'll find it during the biggest sale of the year this month at St. Albert Dodge. Now, what can I say? It's a Jeep, it's a 4x4, and it's loaded with standard features like an 8.4-inch touchscreen, keyless entry, and heated front seats, all starting from just $34,900. Head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. TNA Wrestling makes its explosive debut at the Expo Center on Friday, September 26th and Saturday, September 27th for back-to-back nights. Buy your tickets online today. Learn more about what's happening at the Expo Center by visiting the calendar of events online at edmontonexpocenter.com today.
It's time to learn those ABCs and CRVs. Sherwood Honda can tutor you on fuel efficiency, reliability, comfort, and style. With all those drop-offs and pickups and practices, back to school means you hardly have time to park before you're back on the road. But it's a lot more fun doing it in a new ride. And when you do the math, Sherwood Honda adds up to the best deal you'll find. You Sherwood move to the head of the class and become a Road Scholar with a lesson from Sherwood Honda.
Listen up, because we're about to tell you what nobody else will. There's a serious problem in auto service. The price you expect is almost never the price you pay. Big Toy Shop tells it like it is. No BS, no false inflated bill. It's just the honest service you need, done quickly and done well at a price that doesn't make you feel like a chump. Take your ride to Big Toy Shop, 8315 Argyle Road. Call 780-298-2797.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 941 in Edmonton. Well, Josh Fenwick loves this song, apparently. Big Heart fan.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, big Heart fan.
Nice.
Can you name me any members of the group? Huh?
No, I can't name you.
Why
I
do
just
you
like the song. I didn't say I love Heart. I said I love the song, Kev.
Well, if you like the song, you probably like the group.
No, I can like a song without enjoying the group.
Can you tell me even a single other Heart song?
No.
Yeah, neither could I. I couldn't either, I don't think. That's my Heart.
Is that hard?
All right, way to go, Sam.
Sam the record man.
He's the record man for the day.
This is Barracuda from the back row.
Love it.
That one love song. What is it? There's a real love. Sam's gonna think about it now. The love song by Heart. Oh yeah. Probably was at one of the weddings Duke's been at. They probably had that as the bridal march.
No, only upbeat, fast
country songs.
I actually think I sincerely believe this could maybe be an in or out topic at some point down the line. Like the slow dance portion of weddings is kind of on the way out, I think.
Oh, really?
It's very few and far between.
These dreams.
I actually noticed that the last couple of weddings I was at
Yeah.
too, because I'm like, I just want to get the slow song over with so we can get out of here.
You go
Just
take
never
the
comes.
wife out for one quick spin around the floor, and then like, all right, we're good to hit the road. See you later.
Want to hear? I knew the bride when she used to rock and roll. Schlemmer. The song by Heart is "These Dreams" or something. You know what it is, Sammy? Yeah. Come on, Josh. You know all about Heart. Dreamboat Annie, Coach Al just come on, you guys. This is unbelievable. Heart's got some massive songs out there. I like Barracuda better than the one we just played too, though. Oh yeah. I used to know a guy years and years ago that had, those old, like those muscle cars, the Barracudas?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, this is like, well, probably in the mid 70s. And he had a brand new one. Holy cow, was it cool. It was just so cool.
Why are they all laughing at you so hard back here?
Well, because
what happens is
we could be talking about any single thing in the whole world, and Kevin knows a guy that, or a guy that knows a guy, and it's this tie into the most obscure reference or story, or like we're just talking about the song Barracuda, and Kevin's like, yeah, I actually knew this guy that owned a brand new Barracuda in the mid 70s.
It's not what about love.
That's just that's Kevin in a nutshell.
No, Coach Al, Montana Rice B, all texted in quick, bang, bang, bang. It's not what about love. It's these dreams that, I think you guys know which one I'm talking about. You'll figure it out.
Duke will play it.
It's not what about
the next
love.
break coming in.
These dreams. Look at that, KK from Husk's Heart, all about the Wilson sisters. Great musicians. Led Zeppelin was a Heart fan. Yeah, well, see, there you go. Sam, the record.
The record?
Man.
He knows
all
his
about
stuff.
it. Yeah, he knows all about it. Some talking points from we listened to Sam, and then we had to get into Kristen, but also Stan Bowman was saying, and you're going to say, man, who talked about this, Schlemmer? About Jake Wallman playing the right side with Darnell Nurse as the second pairing. This is something that I've been saying.
Somebody might have called that.
But I just think, and Wallman with the one-timer, he has the best one-timer from a left shot guy on the team.
He does. But, like another one of his great strengths on the left side is stepping up for that open ice hit.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think it'll be as comfortable to do from the right side with that stick in his hand.
Okay. When he hit Miro Heiskanen, was that from the left side or was it from the right side? I'd have to really check the tape on that one.
It's
a long time ago. Remember he hit Heiskanen in the same game?
From the left side. Pretty sure.
Okay. Well,
he does a really good job where he kind of pivots off that right foot and kind of lunges forward with that left shoulder. And I think it would be kind of awkward to do on the right side with your stick in that hand.
You like the right side though?
I like playing on the right side. Yeah. It's harder to defend one-on-one. Other than that, it opens a lot of things up.
When you see the ice and you're able to make that pass, there's way more angles and options for you, right?
100%.
So
you got to play it right, though.
Explain the difference then defending and the two, where you say that's the hardest part, moving over left to right.
Well, let's just say you have a really skilled forward coming at you with speed coming down the wall. If you're on your strong side, then your stick is still on your inside hand, and you feel like even if you miss with your stick, you're still in position to not get beat. Where as if I'm on my right side with my stick on the outside, and if I miss with that stick as he's coming in and I'm reaching, I'm beat.
Okay. The other thing that Stan Bowman did mention in his availability this morning about Ryan Nugent-Hopkins playing more center this year than wing.
Oh, really? Yeah. I like that.
I do too. I mean, I think a lot of people, the first thing they say, well, Nuge can't drive his own line. I don't know if I've ever bought that.
I don't really buy that either. I mean, it's easy to say when he's playing behind the two best players in the world.
Yeah, he gets better matchups. Everything happens better. You know,
I think I would like to see him just get more touches. I feel like when he's getting more touches, he's just more noticeable out there. I feel like he kind of gets lost on the wings sometimes, where he's just not really into the game as much.
Yeah. So that would leave. I mean, if Wallman and Nurse are pairing number 2. I mean, Ekholm and Bouchard, that's a no-brainer how things start off with your top pairing. So now you've got basically Brett Kulak, and Cooley, that's another guy that if something happens, he can play the right side too.
He can. He does it well.
Yeah.
He plays a simple game.
But I've always, like, when Kulak and let's just say it's Ty Emerson, and I think that's how you would probably start the season.
Yeah.
Would you say that or not?
I mean, if I'm the Oilers brass, I'm looking for Ty Emerson to have the camp of his life, right? If there's anyone that's coming in with kind of something to prove, it's probably him. So he's a young guy. I think this is a big camp, a big year for him. Do we still have Stetcher?
Stetcher would be your number 7.
Huge insurance policy to have right there. The guy can step in and play 25 minutes if you want.
Right.
But yeah, you're probably that Emerson's the guy you're looking to step into that role and really kind of move up.
Well, last year was his first year.
Yeah.
I mean, he played 30 games the year prior in San Jose, then was hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. So last year was, and then he was in and out in the playoffs. I think he was 9 or 10 games in the playoffs. So that's how I would pencil it to start the year, is that Kulak and Emerson as your third pairing, Stetcher's waiting in the wings, but also the organization and Stan Bowman, they have a thing for Alex Regula. And we don't know what this player is yet. He's played 20-some games in the NHL.
I don't even know who he is.
Okay, they picked him up off waivers from Boston.
Okay.
And they picked him up a long time, right? A year ago, not quite a year ago.
Okay.
But they picked him up off waivers from Boston, but he's been hurt. The thing that he offers on the right side is something that they don't have, and that's bigger, stronger, tougher. He's 6'4", 220 kind of guy. They don't have that on the right side.
Well, they have it in the minors and Josh Brown.
Yeah, but they have that in the minors with Josh Brown that doesn't have the foot speed at the NHL level.
No, I'm just kidding. I get it.
I get you. Yeah. But so that's where Regula falls into the conversation with Stetcher. Where are you at here? And that's why everyone wants to see what Regula can do.
Right.
At camp and in the preseason, because he's a guy that is an unknown.
Right.
No one. If you're an Oiler
could be a unicorn.
Well, if you're an Oiler fan and you think that you've watched him play, I have a hard time believing that. This is a guy that was a 3rd-round draft pick out of London. He's an American, London Knights, OHL. Yep. So he played in Chicago, 22 games, 16 PIMs, 1 goal. For the most part, he's been in Rockford in their American Hockey League team. Moves to Boston's organization and played 55 games in 23-24. So take away all the last season. Right. Hasn't played for a year. First of all, how tough is that going to be, Schlemmer?
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tough situation. You really want to know what you have there, I think, before you end up letting a guy like Stetcher go.
It's the whole thing, right? Because see if Regula's at a pretty decent contract here.
Yeah.
And he can always go down to the minors.
It's just such a good insurance policy to have with Stetcher, because I mean, obviously they're committed to Emerson, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want to see what he can do, but Stetcher is he's been so good. Every time he gets plugged into the lineup, he'll do whatever's asked of him. He seems to have a great attitude even when he's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess I got a soft spot for Stetcher.
Well, and again, when Stetcher came in, and every time that he's come in, he's done the job.
Exactly.
I mean, he sort of got screwed around in the playoffs last year, took that high stick behind the net, no call.
Right.
And the puck's in the back of the net, and 3 seconds later. I mean, what, and he's never going to not leave everything out on the ice every shift.
Yeah.
And he knows that.
Just a good veteran that you can trust. You know what you're going to get.
Anything else from Stan? Duke, did we miss anything as far as talking points? And
there was a question about the contract negotiations for maybe other players that are entering their final year. And basically he said there have been some preliminary talks, but basically said, there's nothing on imminent horizon in terms of extensions for Matthias Ekholm or other names escape me, guys that are heading into the final year of their current deals.
And you didn't probably hear it, or did you? Was he just saying the fact that he's waiting for one domino to fall, or how did?
Yeah, he didn't really specify, because it was kind of the next little set of questions right after we dipped out from it. There was follow up about those other players, and he kind of just said it doesn't necessarily depend on McDavid signing, or if they want to get that done before McDavid or after. Didn't really clarify. I just said that there have been talks, but there's nothing super concrete yet.
It has to, though, right? Like, it has to depend on what McDavid gets when you're starting to build out your roster. You can have an idea, but I don't know if I buy that one.
I mean, when you put together your team, you look at this guy's getting X, this guy's getting X. Why do you think they couldn't sign a guy like Corey Perry? If Corey Perry would have come back for $1 million,
got to build from your core out.
Yeah. It's the old pyramid, right? It used to be right, that pyramid on the bottom. It was narrower, and there would be guys that would get some at the top. Now that pyramid on the bottom is so wide that there are guys that make all the cash down there, and that on the top it's just tiny little bit for guys.
Yep.
Someone had a question for Schlemmer here, but I can't find it. Duke, we'll try to get to it as we move forward. Gregor just saying that about what we were just talking about, and saying we've had the preliminary discussions. This is Stan Bowman with other guys going into their last year of deals. Not sure if we will get all of them done during the season, but we've had good discussions, and that's about Ekholm, Wallman, Kulak, Podkolzin, and Skinner. So
it's half your decor right there.
Yeah. Also, Greg saying Chris Knobloch now. The personnel will change with some new guys here. This is on the penalty kill unit, but also our philosophy on how we will kill is different. Preseason will be about finding which players fit best with our new strategy.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
So maybe explain what he's looking at there as a head man. And
can't wait to see that. Well, I mean, we talked about it plenty in the playoffs because the Oilers' kill was literally killing them.
Yeah.
I think BX had touched on it a lot during the playoffs too, at the intermissions, and how the Oilers do that top down 2-man rotation at the top with their forwards, and I think they were just starting to get picked apart, and it looked like they were just kind of running around the old Chinese fire drill, so to speak. So I'll be interested to see what kind of adjustments they make in the preseason.
Yeah, it'll be something to see for sure. Top of the hour, we got Bruce McGregor checking in, longtime NHLer, longtime assistant general manager under Glenn Sather for 5 Stanley Cups here in Edmonton. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by First Round. And Sunday's got even better at First Round. You can win an NFL helmet or a jersey and enjoy the Pro Bowl brunch. It's only at Edmonton's NFL headquarters, First Round, downtown, or here in the mall on Bourbon Street. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Edmonton Oilers general manager Stan Bowman addressing the media today ahead of training camp officially getting underway. Fielding questions around Connor McDavid and other player extensions. No news there. However, does dismiss the notion of the Oilers looking at adding free agent goaltender Carter Hart. Down in Utah, the Mammoth placing Connor Ingram on waivers. GM Bill Armstrong saying they're looking to find him another NHL home. He will not attend training camp as the process goes through. Full set of games in the majors today, including the Blue Jays looking to make it 7 wins in a row when they continue their series in Tampa against the Rays. Kevin Gausman taking the bump fresh off of his full complete game. No scores against. First pitch just after 5 o'clock. From the NFL, Green Bay Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed undergoing surgery yesterday on a broken clavicle and Jones fracture in his left foot. No official update on a timeline for return, but head coach Matt LaFleur calling it expected to miss a lot of time. And tonight, WNBA playoffs continuing. The Mercury taking on the Liberty. New York up in that series 1-0, and the Valkyries hosting the Lynx. Minnesota currently leading that series 1-0. Coming up in hour 4, the Kevin Karius Show will be joined by longtime Oilers assistant general manager Bruce McGregor and Carolina Hurricanes analyst Shane Willis. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CHJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Some people wake up and get dressed for work in a suit and tie or a nice dress. At GS Construction, we're less fashion forward and more putting our best foot forward. We wear hard hats and steel toe boots, and most importantly, we wear 50 years of experience with pride. It's not glamorous, it's definitely not easy, but it matters. We do it well. So if you'd like to be part of something where your work matters, GS Construction is hiring. Just remember, when you come for an interview, ditch the tie. See more at gsconstruction.ca.
God said, I need somebody to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, go to town, and stay all night at a meeting at the school board. So God made a farmer.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. We are so thankful God made a farmer. For the month of September, it is our goal to feed 500 families. With every vehicle sold, we will feed a family of 4. So please help us reach our goal. Visit us online at northgategm.com.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
At Fountain Tire, get up to 25% off select tires, up to $125 off a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, and $50 off $150 service until October 18th. Restrictions apply. Book today. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Yeah, can I get yes. A common reaction from a veggie lover. Always scanning, searching, longing. But wait, what is this we see? The new McVeggie, now at McDonald's.
It's happened again, and construction season is in full swing. Job delayed, money lost, and clients disappointed because your rigging failed and it wasn't inspected. Don't let this happen to you. Have your lifting slings, fittings, hoisting tools, and safety harnesses checked with Titan Supply. Titan Supply offers certified on-site and in-house rigging inspections and service, so they can repair it, replace it, and recertify it. Titan Supply in Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary, and at titansupply.ca. Lift, dig, haul.
Imagine a busy classroom. Now imagine it if no one was willing to teach. Here's the reality. It's getting harder to keep teachers in the profession and to attract new people to an increasingly challenging job. Pay for teachers has fallen far behind inflation and cost of living. With fair wages, we can keep the ones we have and hire more. But we need the provincial government to step up, because a fair deal for teachers is a good deal for kids. A message from the Alberta Teachers Association.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10 o'clock in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you, and the former NHLer David Schlemko. Excited to welcome in our next guest, and thanks to son Brad for facilitating this. But we've got Bruce McGregor joining us now. Bruce, morning. It's been a long time since we've talked. Thanks for coming on the Kevin Karius Show with our co-host, David Schlemko. Really appreciate it.
Good. Nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, it's been a while, Bruce. And, I was thinking about you the other day, and Brad sent me off a text. Unfortunately, an old teammate of yours, Eddie Jockerman, passed away when you were with the Rangers. And for me, I remember Eddie was just a goaltender that for some reason, maybe it was his mask style of play, but maybe just your thoughts on an old teammate that you played with for the Rangers in New York, Bruce.
Yeah, it was a great, real pleasure, when I went traded to New York in 1970 and having Eddie Jockerman, and of course I'd played against him an awful lot, so I knew a lot about him. But playing with him and that, he was such a great competitor. I think what really made him, really, he could handle the puck well, and he was like a fifth defenseman back, helping the defense, and he did so many good things, and it was we had such a good tandem there at that time, and it did worked out so well.
Yeah,
that's awesome, Bruce. So before you go to New York, it looks like you played about 10 years in Detroit. What was it like playing with Gordie and all those other legends?
Yeah, I was really fortunate, when I went up to Detroit and. Being able to join those players, and of course a couple of players that were from here. Normie Ullman was there at the time, and so it made me feel pretty welcome when I got there. Val Fontaine was there, a good friend of ours as well, and I had the best seat in the house, if you like. I played behind Gordie at times as a right winger, and you never really appreciate anybody until you're really playing with him game in and game out and seeing how he controlled games. And, he was such a force, and, that they called him Power, and for a good reason. He was just able to do so many good things for the hockey club, both offensively and defensively, and played a lot with Alex Del Vecchio, who is just an unbelievable center iceman, probably underestimated in a lot of ways, but, such a good player. And played with Terry Sawchuk. You talk about goaltenders, and there's another great goaltender I had an opportunity to practice against and get to know all these players. It was really fortunate for me to be able to grow up in that organization and watch them and learn from them, really.
Bruce McGregor with us, Kevin Karius, David Schlemko with you on Sports 1440. How tough was it, Bruce, when you're playing for the Edmonton Flyers and you get the opportunity and you sort of get called up, because that's how it worked back in the day? Maybe just explain to our listeners how tough it was to crack an original six roster coming out of the Flyers and moving on to Detroit.
It's a real shocker, to be honest with you. I think if I remember correctly, I met the team in Toronto, and at that time I think I was 19, and it's such an eye opener. I had played actually in Maple Leaf Gardens, as a junior with the Oil Kings. We were there for the Memorial Cup, so I did know the rink and that. But you walk into the dressing room, and as I say, fortunate enough, I did know a few players a little bit, which really helped. And but it takes time, and when you join a team like that, you're not, going to get a lot of ice time, which, mine was limited to a lot of penalty killing and that with Val Fontaine. And you really just have to work your way in and over time, because as you said, there's so many other players that were waiting to get up to play, and so many didn't get the opportunity just because of the numbers of, there was only 120 players in the NHL at that time. So patience, I guess, was a big thing. Having, good coaching and good, people, management with you that kind of help you along, and, so that you don't get a little bit discouraged when you're not playing a lot, and still being able to, practice and, go through that process and eventually, work your way into the lineup more as a regular and on a regular line and that type of thing. So, it takes a while.
You know, Bruce, son Brad sent me a text last night too about your time in Detroit. That sort of it really blew me away that you're still the 28th leading scorer in Detroit Red Wings history. So 675 games in Detroit, 151 goals, 335 points. So you look at players just slightly ahead of you, and it's amazing. Like, you know, Marcel Dion obviously went to play in LA, but Igor Larionov and Sid Abel, about 100 points ahead of you. When you look at that list, man, that must bring back some great memories for you.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, as I said about working your way in, and you finally get to, you get on a line, and it's like sometimes some don't work, some work, and my biggest, I guess, break was, first of all, was Ted Lindsay came out of retirement and joined the Red Wings 1 year, and I had a chance to play with him, and he was, really a mentor for me and really helped me along the way and got me thinking back more to being an offensive type of a player and playing the game in the offensive end, because that's what Teddy did when he played with Sid Abel and Gordie Howe. And so he was a good influence on me. And from there, getting on the line the following years with Normie Allman and Paul Henderson, and we had some success as a line. We just seemed to click, and we kind of complemented each other. Normie, of course, being the puck handler in center ice, and I was on the right side, Paul Henderson on the left side. And that really was kind of a catalyst for me to help me along the way, and that gave you the confidence to know, you could contribute offensively as well. And getting back to doing that was a lot of fun.
So cool. Yeah.
So, Bruce, you have a very decorated NHL career, and then you get to come home to your hometown and play a couple of years for the Oilers. Maybe just tell us a little bit how that was.
Yeah, I think the timing was probably good. It was came back like 1974. Was the opening of course, the new Coliseum, the Northlands, and chance to bring the family. Son Brad had kind of toured around a little bit and going to school and things like that. It was an opportunity to settle back into Edmonton, and as I said, the timing was good. It was the year of the 74 team, played against the Soviets. A chance to join that team as well, which was really cool to be able to do that. And from there, it just kind of went from there. And being part of the Oilers for so many years was, obviously a very fortunate situation for me to be able to, do it when I did and have it work out as well as it did. And, be part of, all the great teams that were here in the 70s.
Yeah.
We came back here in expansion and into the NHL was great.
Yeah. Bruce McGregor with us, Kevin Karius, David Schlemko on Sports 1440. So when you got into management here, working with Glenn Sather and helping architect all those great teams together here, Bruce, did you get a feeling, because you played with Glenn in New York with the Rangers in 72, 73. Did you know that, maybe 8 years from then and into the early 80s, you guys would be assembling these, greatest teams of all time? That must have been just insane to be thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even go there, do you? I mean, when you think about it, and with the WHA teams and the players that started to come in and the young guys, and you knew how talented they were, and but you have no clue that they were going to become such a good team. But that really helped in the long run. They kind of grew up together, and through the WHA and then going into the NHL. And that's what really became the fun part about it was at the time, both Glenn and I would be on the ice and working with players and knowing how talented they were. And Glenn kind of brought in the system that was kind of, I guess, Winnipeg used to have, the Winnipeg Jets and WHA, kind of a more of a free-flowing, moving the puck, getting the puck up and things like that. And, and that really helped this team. But it was fun to watch them learn and the talent that they had and how they were able to finally get doing these things, and they did it so well. And of course, we all know the talent of all of them. But the fact that they all grew up together, they had some leadership with Lee Fogelin and players like that kind of led the way. And then to see them grow was the best part of all, and what they're able to achieve. But they did it, and they loved the being with each other, and it shows on the ice, I think, when you have a team like that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Bruce, how did your relationship sort of work with Glenn in the sense of, working together to assemble those teams? Every person has their point of view, and maybe sometimes Glenn could be a little more fiery. Maybe you could be a little more fiery. And how did that relationship work when you guys were putting together these teams?
Well, I think, you have help along the way, obviously, with Barry Fraser being part of that group, and, our scouting staff was, kind of experienced as well. And so it was really the group off the ice as well. It wasn't just, a couple of us that were involved. And of course, Barry did such a great job of scouting and bringing in, players like Grant Fuhrer and that, we all kind of, were part of that. But I think, we had a great relationship in the way that we could express each other's views and not get upset with each other, but really just kind of, talking, really honestly about players and things like that. And Glenn was a great listener, always has been. He would listen to everybody and get their views. But, in final run, he was in charge, and we all knew that. And but at least we all had our say, and I think that just helped along the way to have the great group off the ice as well.
Mm-hmm. Collaboration, baby. Hey,
yeah, exactly.
Bruce, wondering if you could take us back to the 74 Summit Series a little bit. Were these Russian players kind of unknown? How's the hockey? Could you just tell us a little bit about that experience?
Yeah, I think, of course, we knew after, what happened in 1972, we knew how talented they were, and, the type of play that they had, which was different from the way we played. And so we had that knowledge of some of them, and I think that helped along the way. We had this, assembled a good team that played against them, and we had some great games, in Canada, and then, of course, taking the tour over to the Soviet Union at that time, and playing on the larger ice type of thing. So, tremendous experience overall, and getting to know the style of play that they had, and and how tough they were. And of course, they had Tretiak and goal. I mean, they were a pretty solid team all around. So, and as I said, we had some really talented players on our team at the time. We didn't win the series, but we really did have some great games with them.
Mm-hmm. Bruce McGregor with us on Sports 1440. What keeps you busy now, Bruce? I always remember we would see you and Audrey down at the track and with the horses, and I know grandson Bruce is at the University of Alberta. I assume you're keeping extremely busy.
Well, you're right about that. I mean, it's kind of strange, but you mentioned that. But the past weekend on Saturday, the Golden Bears had their preseason game at home against Mount Royal. So I was in the hockey rink with Brad and his wife Janet and our friends, and taking in a game. So we're already kind of involved in that, and so that's really enjoyable to go there. I mean, the hockey's great. Unfortunately, the Bears ended up losing quite a few players this year. With the changes in the rules that allowed some of these players, to go into college hockey in the States. So they did lose a good group of people off their team. So they've got quite a few new players. But, I look forward to that, and still get to get out. We kind of share season tickets, Oilers season tickets. So still get out to, some games there, which, is always fun to do. And it's always fun to go back and, go to the alumni room and, see old faces and that type of thing. Mm-hmm. So that kind of keeps you busy. You need something here, certainly in the wintertime, to do for sure.
This has been lots of fun, Bruce. I hope we can do it again and we can talk about some other stories from other guys that you played with and even back in the old Flyers days. I'm sure our listeners appreciated all these stories too. So hope to chat soon. Take care and all the very best, Bruce.
Yeah, thanks very much. Nice talking to you too as well.
Yeah, that's Bruce McGregor with the Oilers organization, 5 Stanley Cups.
Legend.
I mean, you look at to be 28th still on Detroit's all-time scoring list. It's been around 100 years, Matt.
That's impressive. Yeah.
So that's just an amazing career. And then again, for him to be an old Edmonton Flyer, started here. And I got to thank, I know Son Brad's listening to help facilitate this, because, well, what do you want to talk about this and that? And
that's a pretty sharp 84-year-old man.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it, how much knowledge. And those are the guys you might think that when you could talk to some guys that have that hockey knowledge, but I could sit and talk to guys like this. And I've told you the stories with Glenn Hall and all these guys. You sit.
Love to pick those guys' brains for hours.
The main thing with all those, you just shut up and listen.
Yeah.
Because the stories are better than any of the stories you're hearing now.
All right.
And some of the things that happened are way better, for sure.
Game's changed a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. When we come back, we'll go in or out with David Schlemko. Plus, we've got Shane, what you talking about, Willis? Carolina Hurricanes a bit later in the hour. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, David Schlemko on Sports 1440. And we're streaming on YouTube and X.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe that life shouldn't hurt. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't know that sometimes it really hurts. We've seen people at their worst moments in life, when they feel they have nowhere to turn, or at a time when they felt like their problem just wouldn't ever go away. We've also seen people who thought to themselves, it'll just go away on its own, or this is no big deal. I don't want to bother anyone about this. Don't know where to turn to, or think it's no big deal. Either way, we have the technology, techniques, and skills to help you get back to it, whatever your it may be. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Experience a season of superior luxury, performance, and savings. The Fall Experience event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Come drive one today. You won't be disappointed. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 1.99%. And right now, you can save $7,500 on remaining 2025 XC60s. The Fall Experience event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. Visit VolvoCarsEdmonton.com.
Fountain Tire. Get up to 25% off select tires, up to $125 off a set of 4 select Goodyear tires, and $50 off $150 service until October 18th. Restrictions apply. Book today. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
From the first face-off to the final, Sports 1440 is your home for hockey talk. with live coverage, Expert analysis, and pre- and post-game shows. we bring you Closer to the game. Tune in 24/7 only on Sports 1440, Edmonton's sports station.
At Cougar Paint and Collision, Eileen's no stranger to a little friendly competition.
Graham's a big, tough biker looking guy. And one of the things that amazes me is how many little old ladies come in and talk to Graham and ask for his advice. Women bring in baking all the time.
Yeah, they bring cookies and pies and all that stuff.
And one lady even brought him a plan.
When life's auto accidents happen, trust Cougar to put her right. No baking or plants required.
Cougar Paint and Collision, our family helping your family.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 Triple E. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the 2 best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
You want to watch the only TV show that focuses on North America's original extreme sport? Then check out Horse Warriors. It's a bunch of young braves risking their lives racing horses. But it's also a lot more than that. It's a celebration of our indigenous spirit. It's on APTN. It's called Horse Warriors, and it's real good. Thursday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. You're going to love these Warriors.
As members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel your life affordably, reliably, and safely. Across the province, natural gas keeps Albertans warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. For more information on the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and its members, or to learn more about how natural gas fuels your community, please visit us at fedgas.com. That's fedgas.com.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 1021 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, David Schlemko with you on Sports 1440. From Jake Wallman, his media avails this morning. Here it is, Schlemmer. Off the bat, the right side is where I will stay for a bit. There are some things in the offensive zone that open up more on the right side than I can do on my strong side left.
1T.
There you go. There you go. I see him.
You're onto something.
Blasting some one-timers there. So, and again, if he can get accustomed to defending,
yeah,
might be something there. Time now for Are You In or Out?
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out? In or out what? No time for questions, just action. In or out. Well, then I'm out. I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, dude. Oilers camp, physical big day with physical fitness testing and media available alongside of that as well. But the top of mind still remaining complicated contract is some tension rising among the fan base after the conversation increasing. Talking yesterday, Sportsnet inside information. If we're taking a deep, who become concerned by around an extension for McDavid not yet being signed, I'm shifting it. All summer I was saying start of camp, start of the season, all these things. It just keeps moving down the line. I think this is going to be my final spot where I land, and it's January 1st.
January 1st. New year. Hey, Duke.
The new year, new us. New McDavid deal.
Oh, boy. To become concerned, if you read the question, I'd be out 100% because I think the concern by January 1st would be through the roof before that. Yeah, so if I'm reading the question, I'm out because I would be concerned, a lot more concerned before January 1st.
Yeah, I gotta go with Kev here. I'm sorry, Duke. I'm already concerned. You're moving the goalposts, man.
Yeah, I'm afforded that liberty in this role. I can we can go back and listen to other, and I'm fully admitting that I have said, yeah, it'll be done by this date. It'll be done by and you just keep pushing it. The more you hear McDavid speak about it, I really think that this urgency, if there was ever any, is completely gone now, and he doesn't seem to be bothered by the fact that he's going to have to field this question every single day until it gets done. If it gets done, I guess, is where we're sort of at, which to me, that was the biggest reason why I was adamant that it would get done in shorter order.
Agreed.
Because of the distraction. And he can say, the team can say it's not going to be a distraction. Well, sure, maybe internally, but to everyone else, it's still going to be. Like, it's the best player in the world heading into an expiring contract. It will be a talking point. It will be a distraction in at least some facet or another.
Yep.
It's going to be talked about every day.
every day on this show.
Duke, can you refresh my memory here with Marner last year? Maybe it's because I didn't care. And
fair point.
I mean, maybe that's what happened. But I mean, was there a point in October, November, or was it whatever that they said we're not talking about this anymore?
Yeah.
And what date was that, in January?
I can't recall the date.
Didn't Marner come out and say he wasn't going to talk about it anymore?
I don't know. I mean, again, I just didn't care about it, I guess.
But, and Kevin, you're in these scrums with players and the coaches or staff, management, whatever. They could, like, the team's PR, right, can come to the media group chat, all the people that are afforded passes to be down in the bowels of Rogers.
Yeah.
And they say, do not ask Connor McDavid if there's been any progress on his contract. Don't ask about it moving forward.
Can you do that?
Well, what'll happen is there would be something that would say, so the communications department would say, Connor's not going to talk about it anymore. So don't ask him. I mean, you could ask him, but then what happens is everyone, including like Connor, would go like, we said we're not talking about it anymore. Okay. And then everyone else in the scrum would be
rolling their eyes
because they've been talking about it for a long time.
And it takes away, like, if McDavid's only going to take 5 questions, one of them just got using a question he's not going to answer.
And how they rotate, like, I mean, in one day it's Connor, one day it's Leon. That's how it's basically like a rotation.
Yeah.
And fans can be upset all they want, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, and that's really like Connor's kind of taken that hardline stance. Like, nothing is affecting him and his patience making this decision.
But Speck has said, like, he has been there to answer these questions. There will be a time here where it will get to the stage if he hasn't signed, and it's not a discussion. It's not part of what we will be discussing today, because it'll be the question. If it does get asked, the answer will be same as before. Let's get on to some new business.
Before moving on to the rest of the questions, I guess I'll ask you guys one more time. We've been over it several. Do you have like an inclination, a guess, because that's all we're doing is when or if an extension will be signed? And I don't care about dollars, years. We can save that topic for another day. But as of right now, hearing what he has said, what Stan Bowman has said, do you think he will sign an extension, and when do you think it will be done by?
Honestly, just after like the rhetoric of the past few days, I'm nervous. I'm thinking, like, I would not be surprised if he's looking at other destinations. I know that's not what the fans want to hear. That's not what I even want to say, but it's kind of how I feel.
I'll still say basically the start of the season.
Yeah, like before opening night?
Something like that.
Close to, give or take a few days?
Something where it's in that area.
I hope you're right, man.
I think a lot of people hope you're right, Kevin. Elsewhere around the NHL are our previews. Stop us in Carolina. Coming up in our final segment of the show with Shane Willis. Very well-built team. They made some big adds in the offseason. Keandre Miller, Nikolai Ehlers. Second shortest odds currently tied with the Oilers to win the 2026 Stanley Cup. Their biggest question as a team lies in the crease, in the duo, several years consecutive now, of Freddie Anderson and Pyotr Kochetkov.
Absolutely, I'm in on this one, Duke. I mean, I think I've been pumping Carolina for a couple of years now.
You and me both, Slemmer. You and me both.
I'm looking at their depth chart right now. They look like an unstoppable force, man. Jackson Blake, I think you got to look at him having a breakout year. Stankoven's going to keep getting better. They added Ehlers. They added Keandre Miller on the back end. They're a deep club. So yeah, I'm in 100%. Freddie Anderson hasn't proved that he can get her done in the playoffs. He's a
35,
he's a proven number one goalie, but he hasn't proven that he can get her done in the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm going to be in on this one, Duke, as well, but with a little bit of a sprinkle here. How does this sound?
Okay.
Style of play. We know Carolina and Rod Brindamore, especially defensively, it's a man-to-man style of play. And how they employ things offensively. Again, you just talked about all these players, Schlemmer. Maybe it's time just to go, boys, let's go.
Open it up.
The barn doors are open. Go play. Let's see what we can do. Let's force the issue more than what we've ever done. So I'm going to throw that one out there as well.
But you think, like I kind of do think that they already force the issue. Like they are aggressive everywhere. They're a 2-1-2 kind of everywhere. So what is opening it up? Is that just like cheating a little bit more, taking some more chances?
Yeah, I don't like that word, Schlemmer, cheating, but I mean, I think we haven't seen it to the extent where they have these players. It's almost like it's defense first. Defense first.
Yeah,
I understand.
Always
defense.
on the right side of the puck.
Yeah,
and
that's
so,
true.
like I said, if you don't want to use the word
Creates
cheating,
offense, too.
taking chances would be
Just
the right.
there's so much talent. It's just like
There is.
let them go.
That's
See
why
what happens.
It was so shocking to me last year to watch them get pretty much bullied out of that series with the Panthers.
And toughness.
Yeah, like Freddie Anderson, he when he is at his best, he is among the best the NHL has to offer, but he cannot stay healthy. And as the playoffs get deeper, that wearing down factor, if he's even still playing, there is a drop off in his level of play. So, yeah, I think your point is very well taken, Kevin. But a lot of that banks on the guys in the crease keeping the pucks out when the very few chances that come through get to them. From last night's Blue Jays game, come away with the win for their sixth straight, but a pretty unique situation. Two different home runs get under review for fan interference. Both end up getting called home runs, despite the rule book maybe saying that it's not how the case should have been for the Rays home run that I think it was Brandon Lau hit. Fan reaching over, seemed to be in the field of play, but still deemed a home run. We touched on this a little bit earlier, Kevin, briefly. I think ballparks, and whether they're temporary put in because of the fact this is a minor league stadium that Tampa's playing at, or elsewhere around the league, if they're not in certain parts of the field, barriers of some capacity. And I'm not saying big walls that you can't see over, but something has to be done to limit opportunities for fan interference, because it's not like we see it incredibly often, but it's often enough that do you want a big moment in a playoff game, in a clinching game, in something like that, to come down to what was his name in Chicago?
Oh yeah,
Bomber? No, not
I
Bomber.
can't remember the name. But I was just thinking.
Something like a situation like that. That is not what we want to see happen. Something has to be done.
Razor barbed wire fence right around there, like just something you'd see at the pen. Man, just wrap that around. That'll keep those fans from reaching over.
Okay.
Bartman was the fan's name. Bartman, yeah. Infamous.
Maybe I'll play devil's advocate here then, Kevin. I mean, you got to admit it was a pretty nice catch.
Yeah, good point.
It's a nice little full extension backhanded catch. I don't know. I kind of like seeing that's unique to baseball. Right when I was reading the question, I was thinking of the guy, the Cubbies guy,
Bartman. Well, the Yankee kid too.
Oh yeah, from last year in the World Series.
No, way back.
Oh,
Way,
but was
way
there not? Maybe it wasn't the World Series, but in the playoffs last year, was there not some fan getting in the mix and ended up getting banned from Yankee Stadium?
Oh, that kid back it was Tony Tarasco for the Orioles, I think. The kid was on every late night talk show. Man,
but
Jeffrey something.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the biggest issue was like the call was kind of weird, right?
Well,
Fan
nobody
interference
understood it.
plus a home run. I think that's the real issue.
Nobody understood it. Not the people on the field, not the broadcast between Buck and Dan. It was pretty wild, and a little humor. Thankfully, the Jays able to still escape with the victory. Right. Some bad news for Toronto as Bo Bichette will miss the remainder of the regular season with the sprain, holding on to a top 2 seed in the American League, which essentially means winning the American League East for all intents and purposes, has become even more imperative for the club. And obviously, my meaning here being not having to play in a wild card series, a couple extra days for Bo Bichette to try and get back to full health.
No, for sure. In on this one, I mean, can't replace that guy's bat in the lineup. And I think, as we said, Jimenez and for that matter, Ernie Clement have done an admirable job trying to piece it together. But Bo's having a fabulous season. I mean, just they need him back. And I mean, if they want a chance to get to the World Series, Bo Bichette's got to be in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm going to be in on that one as well, obviously. I do think Gimenez, he's been awesome defensively. But Not only just a couple extra days rest, but I think home field is huge for the Jays too.
Well, look at their record. It's the second best home record in franchise history that they've put up this season. The energy at Rogers Center is palpable. Like you feel it watching the game on TV. Very reminiscent of the last time this club was in contending windows, 2015 and 16. It's I think getting a lot of people, very much myself included, pretty amped up here for the home stretch and what we're hoping will be playoff baseball again in Toronto. Finally, to wrap it up, today is National Uniform Day. In school, and I'm talking somewhere between maybe not K to 12, but 7 to 12, I actually think it would be preferable to be going to a school that has standard issue uniforms.
Woof. I don't know. I'm going to be out on that one, Duke. I'm a little more for a little individual expression.
What is this? Are we looking like the little suit jacket with the crest on? What are we
Yeah,
looking
sure.
at?
Oh, I guess so. Maybe. But to me, so when you're a kid, right, how much thought, and for some people, including me, it was no thought whatsoever, but are you putting into what you wear to school every day? How much, and in today's age, more than ever, the pressure young people face to fit in and be, hip with the scene and all this, it can be anxiety inducing. So take that out of the equation, just wear the same thing every day. You don't have to think about it a lick. You're running late in the morning, doesn't matter. Just grab the next version of it. You got probably a couple in the closet, throw it on. Maybe you talk about individual expression, Schlemmer. Maybe there's some wiggle room that you can fine tune it. But I just think that it makes life easier when you're a young person, and it takes that one more problem out of the equation.
Fair point of view.
Yeah, I'm out on this.
What?
I mean, standard issue. Holy moly!
Yeah, like the blazer, the crest. Maybe if you're in Britain, it's like that mini tie, the short tie that only goes down like 2 buttons on your shirt or something.
You're like the last dude that would strike me as a private school kid wannabe.
Well, dude, I went to Delburne. What are you talking about? In private school. But it doesn't have to be that intense. No. What if it's just like a school polo? Like it's a collared shirt that is the same, and you wear it
See,
each day.
Duke technically did have this uniform in Delburne. Every kid came to school with, the shiitake kickers, the Elmer Fudd
flannel,
the
Connor Halley special,
and a hat on. So everyone was wearing
and
the
then
same thing.
Every kid each morning being yelled at to take your hat off, and it was like asking them to
right?
peel your heart out of your chest, essentially, just to take your hat off. You're not wrong, Kevin. It was pretty close to standard issue of jeans, probably some boots, but even just a pair of sneakers, t-shirt, Carhartt sweater, ball cap. But I don't know. Maybe I'm totally uninformed on this because my school, younger school before I came to university and college and stuff, was so limited and narrow.
Duke, a lot of texters are sort of agreeing with you. Just even say like Nikki Northside, someone grew up poor, being ridiculed for having only 2 outfits. He's in on uniforms. Everyone, being the same.
That makes sense. I could take away a lot of the bullying and stuff like that.
There's quite a few other ones, even Husk. I'm totally in. Uniforms would make it easy. Would leave out all the garbage that comes along with the rich kids being dressed, whatever. Cool kids put some thought into it. Duke was a nerd.
What?
Thank you.
Come on, Duke.
So I was a nerd because I was smart, and school at that stage came very easy to me. But I was also kind of a bully because walking along and there's your buddies. You're shoving them into lockers and trying to put people's head in the garbage cans.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, I only do that to my friends.
Yeah.
Or at least I thought they were my friends. Maybe they didn't view it the same.
They still hate you.
They still hold that resentment, which would be pretty warranted. But being smart was cool. Being smart was cool.
MTR such a mean guy, Duke. He said, "Why would it matter for you, Duke? There were only 4 other people in your class."
I'll have you know that my graduating class was like the
good.
6th, the biggest that Delburne ever had.
Really?
It was
How many?
It was 42 kids.
Wow.
That's pretty high.
For one grade?
Yeah.
Wow.
How'd they all turn out, Duke? Like, have you?
Really good, I think. I mean, hey, it's small town. A good chunk stick around, and I still see them every time I go back home for slow pitch tournaments or hockey tournaments, or in some cases, like the past couple months, the odd funeral here and there and things. So most of them, I think, are doing really well. The ones that I'm not aware of, I hope they are.
Are you
well.
like
Facebook helps you keep tabs on people these days?
Are you one of the few that left for the big city?
Yeah, one of very few. But I'm back regularly. I don't even think it counts.
To his roots.
Yeah. I'll never steer away from my country bumpkin roots, Kevin.
It's like George Strait in Pure Country. When you slide back and you're sitting old with Minnie Pearl there on the deck.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I picture.
Picture perfect, baby.
Yeah. Good stuff. Shane Willis, is he ready to go, Duke? What do you think? Should we? I mean, we're cutting him short. We're not getting a whole lot of time with him. Is that okay?
Oh, and get 5-10 minutes with him.
Sounds good.
Get his thoughts. See if he agrees with me. See if he thinks the goalies are the
throw
biggest
that
problem.
question out to him right away.
Perfect.
Shane Willis, analyst for the Carolina Hurricanes, coming up. Kevin Karius, David Schlemko, Duke of Delburne with you on Sports 1440, streaming on YouTube and X.
The family at Cougar Paint and Collision aren't just proud business owners. They're proud to be part of our community.
Graham is kind of creative in the things he does, and he organized a ride for kids with cancer. So all these guys meet at Commonwealth and give all these little kids a ride around the stadium at halftime, and you could hear the rumble of all the motorcycles coming, getting ready to take the kids. And holy smokes, I still get a little bit teary even talking about that.
Cougar Paint and Collision, our family helping your family.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is sounding the call. Don't struggle through winter with a furnace you can't trust. For maintenance before winter strikes, call Legacy. Call Legacy. For furnace tune-ups and repairs to give peace of mind. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. Or to scrap your old furnace for a brand new high-efficiency one. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. And with no payments, no interest for 1 year on your new furnace, it's gotta be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Yeah, can I get yes. A common reaction from a veggie lover. Always scanning, searching, longing. But wait, what is this we see? The new McVeggie, now at McDonald's.
Smart, connected, community driven. Jason Greger sets the standard for sports talk in Edmonton. Join the conversation on Sports 1440. Text Greger 833-401-1440. Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
Wing Wednesday at First Round. Whether you're coming for the first round, the last round, or a few rounds in between, they've got you covered with half price wings every Wednesday night. Half price wings. Over 35 delicious flavors like Cajun salt and pepper, maple bacon, and Inferno wings. Now half price every Wednesday night. Wash them down with a cold pint of Canadian or Coors Light for only $5.75. Half price Wing Wednesdays at First Round in West Ed and now downtown. First Round, burgers, beer, sports.
When you have lifting and material handling needs, Northwest Crane delivers. Western Canada's Sandy dealer. Backed by the industry's toughest one. 3 years, 3,000 hours, no compromises. They service all crane makes and models with skilled technicians and deep industry expertise. Alberta owned with locations in Leduc and Grand Prairie and fully equipped service trucks. Northwest Crane keeps your operation lifting. For more information on sales or service, visit northwestcrane.com or call today.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 1044 in Edmonton. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. If you need tires now, but your wallet isn't ready, Fountain Tire's got you covered. 0% financing for 6 months, even equal payments for 12. No interest on either of them. Road ready should also mean wallet ready. See us today at Fountain Tires. We welcome back Shane Willis, Carolina Hurricanes analyst. Morning, Shane. You're with Kevin Karius and the former NHLer David Schlemko. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 again. Appreciate it, man.
My pleasure, guys. How's everything up in beautiful Alberta today?
Well, something going on with McDavid, but we're not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll all work out.
Yeah. Hey, we have a little in or out segment, Shane, and I'm going to read you the question. We just did it. Here it is. Today's NHL preview stops us in Carolina, a very well-built team that currently has the second shortest odds to win the Stanley Cup. The biggest question is in the crease. What say you, Shane?
Well, I am going to disagree. So that mean I'm out?
Yeah, that means you're out. Yeah.
I'm out. I'm going to disagree. I think right now I still have a ton of belief in Pyotr Kochetkov and the growth of this young man as he continues to mature between the pipes and his athleticism, what he can do. But Freddie Anderson walking around the locker room right now and everything I'm hearing is at 100%. And a lot of people, turn away from Freddie Anderson. He's had a ton of injuries these past few years. But when you look at the playoffs last year and going into the series where they lose to the Florida Panthers, Freddie Anderson is at the top of the list. He's leading categories for all the goalies that are in the playoffs. So I don't know how people kind of push him aside so quickly with the body of work that he puts in for this team. He has a great defensive group in front of him. And I really like this 1-2 tandem. Rod Brind'Amour, you're going to see both of them. And I think they are very strong between the pipes entering this season. And from everything I've heard, Freddie Anderson 100% as training camp starts tomorrow.
Wow, interesting take. I like it. I like when anyone disagrees with Duke. I wanted to ask you about Bradley Nadeau. Here's a kid. I first saw him at the World Juniors. Looks like a very mature player for his age. Heard he's been ripping up rookie camp. What do you expect to see from him at main camp?
A very small snippet on Bradley Nadeau last year playing in the final 2 games of the season after the Hurricanes had clinched and they were resting some, bruised bodies. Number one thing from Bradley Nadeau, the way he shoots the puck. This kid has a release that can develop into an elite level. And I think that's why he tears up rookie camps and obviously coming out and into Chicago last year of what he did is because of how he shoots the puck. You can't teach that. As we all know, you can't teach goal scoring. You can teach someone how to play a defensive zone, but you cannot teach somebody how to score. And Bradley Nadeau has that kind of touch, that release. And now it's about the growth and maturity and development of this young man in a professional atmosphere. We know he's going to get pushed when he's here in main camp. And I really look at his situation very similar to Seth Jarvis when he broke into the lineup. The thing going into the training camp that year, everything was saying Seth Jarvis was going to go back to junior, right? Because of his age, he's going to go back. Seth forced the hand of the organization. And I think Bradley Nadeau has the ability to force the hand and say, hey, I'm here to stay. Put me in this lineup. Let me shoot. Put me in a situation to score. And the sky's the limit for this young man.
No, do you see him getting maybe that opportunity to play in that top 6 right away? Or is he a guy that maybe slides in with like Stahl and Martinook?
He could go either way. I know how Rod coaches and sometimes he likes to ease the young guys in. I'd love to see him thrown in the fire. But really, as you guys talked about the lineup and really how deep they are up front now because you add Nikolai Ehlers into the mix. Taylor Hall had a great finish last year. Where would Nadeau fit in the top 6, right? Are you going to spread out the balance of scoring onto all 4 lines this year? Rod has that ability. Or are you going to stack the top 2 lines? Because then you're looking at, is Jackson Blake on the Stahl line? Is Jackson Blake on the 4th line? What are you doing with Svetch if he's not with Ehlers and Aho? Rod has a lot of great problems as he looks into training camp of where the chemistry come from and how many goals these guys start putting in the back of the net early in the season.
Coaches love options. Shane Willis with us on Sports 1440. Man, Eric Tulsky was a busy guy, and he landed some big nuts when it comes to free agency and trades and things like that. How excited are fans and media, the team, with guys like Nikolai Ehlers and Keandre Miller? What's the feeling there, Shane?
The town is buzzing as training camp will open tomorrow. Everyone's ready to see these guys. And when you look at losing Dmitry Orlov and Brent Burns in the back end, you automatically look at pedigree, character, leadership. But what I see coming back in Keandre Miller is youthfulness, and he's been around a long time. He's been in the National Hockey League. He can be a leader on the back end and do those things. But you've gotten much younger now on the back end for the Hurricanes. And Nikolai Ehlers, when you look at the Hurricanes up front and you look in the playoffs, they didn't score enough goals. And they addressed the issue of scoring more goals by bringing in Ehlers, the guy that everybody wanted going into free agency because Sam Bennett didn't get there. And I think you've added more scoring power up front, and you've added a dynamic defenseman on the back end to really be an anchor in your top six. And I love Orlov and Burns, but the one thing you can never beat is father time. And these young kids just keep getting faster and faster. The Hurricanes got younger, and Eric Tulsky addressed those issues this summer.
Who do you think he's going to play with, Miller? And also, they got so many good left shot defensemen here, a little bit weaker on the right. What do you think?
That's going to be the question, right? Because we all know when everyone says, well, he can just play the right side. Not every defenseman can play his offside. It's a tough position to play. Does he start with a big duo of Slavin and Miller, or does he look to mix and match a little bit? I think you're going to see a big jump for Jalen Chatfield this year. What this guy can do. Injury last year kind of hurt him coming out of the playoffs, but I see a lot of great things coming from Jalen Chatfield. So you have Chatfield and Miller together, and then maybe putting Nikishin, who has an absolute cannon. Let's not forget about this young player coming over from Russia.
Yeah.
Do you put the youngster with Jacob Slavin as his kind of safety net, because Slavin can cover basically every spot in the defensive zone if the young man makes a mistake. But we can't count out Nikishin as well, coming in and making a big impact on the defensive side.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about Nikishin a little bit. He's a guy who really piqued my interest when I first saw him. It sounds like management, they don't really know what they have in him yet. Do you have a little bit of insight into maybe his strengths and what you expect from him?
He's big, he's physical, and he can shoot. And I think when he gets thrown in, it was something that was going to be the question as we went into the playoffs when he did get thrown in the lineup. He needs to find a little bit of swagger. He was a little bit more timid than I thought, but he's a kid, right? He's getting his first shot in the National Hockey League. He didn't go out there. He wasn't cocky at all. He stayed in his lane. But I think he just needs to find a little confidence out of the gate, really hit somebody hard in exhibition, maybe get that big shot off and score a goal. And then I think we see a different player from Alex Nikishin. I thought he was just a little bit hesitant in the playoffs, and that just comes from confidence, especially on the back end for a defenseman. It's not like you're stepping into game one of an 82 schedule. You jumped into the Eastern Conference Finals and said, hey, can you handle the Florida Panthers, which is difficult for a guy who's played for 10 years.
So talking about confidence, what about a kid like Jackson Blake? I mean, he's got the contract now. You can see he's got so much raw just skill and ability. Do you see him having a breakout year?
I really do. I think this young man knows the game. Obviously, you talk about pedigree, the hard work that his dad had to put in to play in the National Hockey League. He's learned a lot from him. But just being inside this locker room, this guy's surrounded by great NHLers. And I think he has been a sponge his entire first year of just absorbing all of that. His skill level is through the roof. And he's another guy. He was a little bit snake bitten at times last year because he gets a ton of chances. And I think once the snowball starts going the other direction, he has – would I call it a breakout year this year? Maybe not, but I think he surpasses what he did last year for the Canes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Shane, we're a little bit up against the clock here, but thanks for coming on. Really appreciate giving us some insight on Carolina. And Schlemmer didn't get to ask about his buddy Jordan Martinook. I was just shocked.
Oh, you can't beat that guy. That energy coming in the room every summer is just everyone's waiting to see him walk in. He's fired up, ready to go. Everyone's healthy, and it's the best time of year down here in Carolina. It's hockey season, and it's not 105. It's only, a nice 78 today.
Oh, that's it?
Beautiful.
Oh, man.
Hopefully it stays like that here, too.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Shane, and we'll chat as the season gets going here. Appreciate you coming on.
All right, boys. Appreciate it.
That's Shane Willis, analyst for the Carolina Hurricanes. And our puck report brought to you by Fountain Tire. Again, if you need tires and the wall just ain't ready, well, they got 0% financing for 6 months, even 12, no interest. Check them out, fountaintire.com. I thought you were going to slide in the old Marty question here. Did you see him?
I haven't seen him that summer, no.
Well.
All quiet from Marty boy.
Because you've got him on twice so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought the listeners were sick of hearing about him,
Why don't we facilitate another one here?
Yeah, I'll have to get him going again, hey?
Well, why not? I mean,
once a year.
Get him on at the start of camp and see
Sure.
everything, what's going on. What do you got cooking, Schlemmer? You golfing today or what?
No, not golfing until Friday.
What's going on here?
It's hard to get on the tee sheet right now, man. There's not as many times. They're
Just-
starting later, and
Gary McGarry just texted me. He said, "No problem. Anytime you want to come out, you're more than
oh,
welcome."
I guess I'm not Kevin Karius.
No, I just texted him and said, "Thanks for having us out, all the media yesterday." So, we'll have a great weekend, Schlemmer.
Thanks, buddy. You too.
We'll see you on Wednesday. That's our co-host for Cougar Paint and Collision, David Schlemko. Our family helping your family for over 40 years. Check them out at cougarcollision.com. Man, we had a jam-packed show for Wednesday morning. I have to thank all our guests. Bruce McGregor was great. That was awesome. Shane Willis, Kristen Chilton, Paul Sir, Mark Spector, and Derek Van Diest. Tomorrow we got Laddie Schmid checking in. He's fired up for a little dinner as well, Duke, just so you know. That's how you had to organize it, through Laddie, basically. So coming up at the top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Raw Chef T-Bird,
Connor Halley, and the Duke of Delburne at 12 o'clock, the lowdown with Alan Mitchell, 2 till 6. Jason Greger drives us home with the Jason Greger Show. We got Fox Sports all night long until we are back with you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Before all of that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Sherbrooke Liquor, the best place for wine, cocktails, and beers from all over the world. Also a variety of excellent non-alcoholic options. See more at SherbrookeLiquor.com. Thanks, everyone, for listening this morning. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the great texts and the interaction. We could not do this show without you. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Until then, here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
In case you missed it earlier this morning, Oilers general manager Stan Bowman speaking to the media ahead of training camps officially getting underway. Comments on Connor McDavid's contract status as well as other pending UFAs heading into the season. No progress to report on that front. Bowman also saying the team is not looking currently at free agent goaltender Carter Hart. Down in Utah, the Mammoth placing Connor Ingram, the goaltender, on waivers. GM Bill Armstrong saying they will be trying to find him another NHL home. Ingram will not be attending training camp through the process. In the majors today, full slate of games, including the Blue Jays looking to make it 7 in a row when they take on the Rays from Tampa. Kevin Gausman on the bump. First pitch there just after 5 o'clock. One game already underway as the Cubbies lead the Pirates 4-0 in the bottom of the first. Reds and Cardinals about to get underway. Still to come today, Red Sox hosting the Athletics. The Yankees continue their series in Minnesota against the Twins, and the Mariners taking on the Royals from Kansas City. NFL news. Jets quarterback Justin Fields, recovering from a concussion, will not play Sunday against the Buccaneers. Tyrod Taylor, veteran, set to start in his place. And Packers receiver Jaden Reed undergoing surgery yesterday to repair both the broken clavicle and Jones fracture in his left foot. No timeline for a return, but head coach Matt LaFleur saying he's expected to miss a lot of time. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brandon Douglas. That's your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440.